Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and start our meeting. It's now, I'm calling the meeting to order, and it's 10 a.m. So thank you for being here today with us, and we're going to be hearing from some of you, and some are just here to be in attendance, and thank you, staff, for being here. Roll call. District 1?
District 1 is present, and thank you all for being here. It looks like we've got a great group here today, and for those at home listening, it's our pleasure to serve on behalf of Coconino County. Patrice Horseman, District 1, and Vice Chair of the Board.
District 2?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeronimo Vasquez. I'm Supervisor for District 2. Thank you for being here today.
District 3?
Good morning, everyone. Tammy Ontiveros, District 3.
Okay. District 4, Judy Begay, Board Chair. We're just trying to figure out how that thing's not on there. That kept going like this. I think Lena is on virtually.
She just joined. She's on.
Okay, so we're moving on then. Thank you. And we'll all stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you again. We will now have the call to the public to allow for any comments to be made from the public. Please note that issues that are presented during the call to the public that are not on the agenda cannot be acted on by the Board of Supervisors. For items not on the agenda, individual supervisors may ask questions of the public, but are prohibited by open meeting law from discussing or considering that item. Only the speaker has been called is authorized to speak. To encourage and respect expression of all views, we ask that there are no disruptions. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes for their comments. Clerk Daly will explain how the public can provide comment at this time. Clerk Daly.
Thank you, Chair Begay. At this time, if there's anyone that would like to provide a comment, we have comment cards on the table by the door, or you can go ahead and make your way up to the podium. If you've joined virtually by Zoom, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. If you click on that hand, that will notify us that you would like to speak. Or if you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. At this time, Chair Begay, we do not have any hand raised, and we do not have any comment cards.
We'll give it like 30 seconds again. Thank you.
And there are no hands raised, Chair Begay.
Thank you, Lindsay. We have 2 proclamations that's scheduled for this morning. The first one being consideration and a possible action to approve a proclamation designating April 2025 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Handing this over to County Manager Bertelsen.
Thank you, Chair Begay, members of the board. And we do have guests here to present this proclamation, and I'd like to invite them to the podium for this presentation. Victim Witness Services and Sharon House Manor is here to present. So thank you so much.
We really appreciate the county supervisors for recognizing this month. Okay. Whereas sexual violence is an umbrella term that includes any type of unwanted sexual contact, including assault, harassment, abuse, exploitation, and trafficking, non-consensual image sharing, and words and actions without consent. And whereas in Coconino County in 2024, Victim Witness Services worked with 198 survivors of sexual assault and 176 survivors of child sexual abuse and their families. And whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month, which officially began being observed nationally 24 years ago, is intended to raise public awareness to the fact that sexual violence is widespread and has public health implications for every community.
And whereas the National Sexual Violence Resource Center has communicated that the theme of Sexual Assault Awareness Month 2025 is Together We Act, United We Change, to emphasize the importance of communities working together to prevent sexual abuse, assault, and harassment by challenging harmful misconceptions and fostering safer communities while learning and acting together. And whereas when our workplaces, schools, and communities work together to uphold safety and respect, we make progress in preventing sexual abuse, assault, and harassment, as everyone in our community deserves to live in a safe and supportive environment. And whereas collectively, we are all working together to create a culture that values and upholds all people being treated with respect and free from all forms of sexual violence and oppression, and promote education about sexual violence prevention, support survivors, and speak out against harmful attitudes and actions. Now, therefore, be it resolved that to bring awareness to sexual assault, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors recognizes April 2025 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month.
Well, thank you for both reading the proclamation this morning for as a designating April 25th to 25 a Sexual Awareness Month. So, are there any comments that the board would like to make? Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for being here this morning and reading this important proclamation. And it's just, there may be a day that we don't have to read these proclamations. And I also want to just say how much I appreciate all that Sharon Manor has done, Victim Witnesses has done to help not only take care of the victims of sexual abuse, sexual violence, but also, quite frankly, to educate and to work together for families for the prevention of this. So I want to thank you for your advocacy on behalf of our community. We had last month, or actually last week, the Child Abuse Prevention Proclamation. And as you probably know, they will have the flags representing, unfortunately, the children who are victims of child abuse and neglect as a visual reminder of the tragedies and atrocities and the importance to educate, communicate, work together as a community to help to prevent this. So thank you for your great jobs that you both do, such a vital service to us here in Coconino County. And thanks for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for such important work. This proclamation is important because it acknowledges and recognizes, one, the problem we have in our community, 198 sexual assaults and 176 child sexual abuse cases is too many, and that's all we know of. There's more out there, and so this is so important that this work is done so that we can help our community and break the cycle, because these kind of events create traumas that continue and perpetuate. And so it's so important the work you're doing, and it's so important that we highlight it, that we put it out there, that we have that discussion, that we acknowledge that it exists, so that we can work together to find a solution to improve the situation. I really like the slogan of Together We Act and United We Change, because it does take all of us to do this. And so, again, I just thank you. And we look forward to hearing the numbers go down as we continue this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Armenteros.
Good morning. I'm assuming everyone is here together. Am I right? Okay. Thank all of you for being here with us this morning. Thank you for keeping the light on this. And I am very supportive of literally every word that is in this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. I also like to say thank you again. You know, there's a few of you here, but I think we need the education out there to ensure that we're preventing a lot of these things that are happening from the home to the communities and, you know, elsewhere where people are. So I just want to say that was going to take all of us to work together to get to really address, you know, these type of things that are happening to our to children and even elderly people. They're experiencing that. So it's across the board. So again, I totally agree with my colleagues as to the comments that were made, and I just want to say thank you too. So at this time, are there any comments? There being none, is there a motion?
Chair Begay, I would like, excuse me, I would like to make a motion that we approve a proclamation designating April 2025 as Sexual Assault and Awareness Month.
There a second?
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by Supervisor Ontiveros and seconded by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Abstention? Motion carries. Okay, we would like to have a picture done after the next proclamation that's going to be read, so just
Thank
bear
you.
with us.
I
Thank
think
you.
we just wanted to say thank you all for your support. It means
Mhm.
more than you know.
And I'd like to also recognize Northland Family Help Center and NACASA. We all work together in the community.
Thank you for being here.
Okay, next item on the agenda is consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating April 2025 as Fair Housing Month. It's time, County Manager.
Thank you, Chair Begay, members of the board. It's my honor to introduce Ashley Bentz and Andrea Maryhugh from the Health and Human Services Department to present this proclamation on Fair Housing Month. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ashley Bentz. Whereas the National Fair Housing Law of 1986, as amended by the Fair Housing Amendments Act of 1988, prohibits the discrimination in housing and declares it a national policy to provide within constitutional limits for fair housing in the United States. And whereas the principle of fair housing is not only national law and national policy, but a fundamental human concept and entitlement for all Americans, and whereas individuals in Coconino County have the right to choose where to live without discrimination based on race, color, religion, age, sex, familial status, marital status, national origin, ancestry, sexual orientation, disability, gender identity, military status, and order of protection status.
And whereas federal and state laws affirm the right of every person to equal housing opportunity. And whereas the talents of grassroots and nonprofit organizations, housing service providers, financial institutions, elected officials, state agencies, and others must be combined to promote and preserve integration, fair housing, and equal opportunity. And whereas this month provides a reminder of the importance of community support, education, and awareness, and knowing that in 2023, there were over 34,150 fair housing complaints received nationally, which was an increase of 5.68% from the previous year, and that there were over 53.26% of the complaints for disability barriers and domestic violence. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Coconino County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim April 2025 as Fair Housing Month and call upon all residents to reflect on it and embrace equal housing for all.
Thank you for reading the proclamation to us, you know, as a board. And at this time, I would like to ask the board if they would like to make comments. Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, and thank you for bringing this forward. And unfortunately, even here in Coconino County, we have a history of racial covenants that prevented folks from different minorities and racial and ethnic backgrounds from owning homes. And quite frankly, that was the birth of the Fair Housing Act, 1968, I think, about the time of the Civil Rights Act as well. And, I think it goes to show once again, the history that we have of discrimination and the importance that we all have to stand up and say loudly that we are against discrimination, we are for full equality, and we are for full inclusion in our society. It has an acronym. And that acronym, in my opinion, is implicit in the Constitution of the United States for us to stand up for our rights. And you remind us that when you bring this proclamation forward. So thank you. And thank you for reminding us all that we are in this together. And we are here to provide dignity and respect for each other. So thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, this is an important resolution, and thank you, Supervisor Horstman, for reminding us some of the history, because I think of the house that my children live in Lower Greenlaw that says, that was built in the 50s, that on the title says no colors allowed. So if this was the 1950s before these anti-discrimination practices were outlawed, my kids couldn't live in the house they live in right now. And that's not so far long ago. I mean, the 60s, a little bit before my time, but not my parents. Hey, I'm a 70s baby, sorry. But still, it's really important to note that it hasn't been that long that these kind of discriminatory practices were allowed and codified in law. And so it's important that we don't repeal it. We don't forget about why we need these anti-discriminatory laws and anti-discriminatory practices, because otherwise there are people that will take advantage of that and exclude people. And the whole point of what we're talking about is including everybody and giving everybody that opportunity to fair housing, that opportunity to live where they would like to live and where they can live. And housing is a public health issue. If you don't have housing, everything else goes out the window, because now you're trying to survive. Now, when I worked at Killip, I had so many families that the children were camping out in the woods. They were sleeping in a motel. They were sleeping in their car. They were sleeping in multiple families in a single family home. All those things are repercussions when we don't have these kind of protections. And so it's just so important. And thank you for bringing it to us. And thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Supervisor Ontiveros?
Thank you guys for being here this morning. And I echo the comments that my fellow supervisors have made. And I'll just tell you, when I was reading through this proclamation before the hearing today, I was saddened to see, I don't like the way the numbers are going. And so I appreciate the work you're doing to bring those numbers, because what I would like to see is those numbers brought back down and go even lower. So thank you for what you're doing.
Do we have Supervisor Fowler on the line?
Madam Chair, I'm here. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay. Would you like to make a comment?
Yes, thank you. This is so important. And the prior proclamation also, I just want to thank all the staff and other volunteers, communities working to really, on behalf of all residents, on any kind of abuse. And housing is just another one. Housing is everyone needs to feel safe and secure. And housing is one of those places where someone feels like they're home and be able to open the door, leave everything else outside, and then come in and sit down and say, I'm home. That is that's what everyone should be able to experience, and not feel all the stress about housing. However, in our region, housing is a great challenge, and it's something that we've been working on through our zoning and other, working with our partners, and just trying to see how we can address housing. It is such a challenging times, with the federal cuts that are happening. I don't know how that's going to impact the work that we've been doing. And I know as a board, we've been advocating for our residents in all areas and working with the nonprofit organizations and all the other partners. So I just want to thank you for your work. Thank you for bringing this to the board and continuing to educate our communities about this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I also like to make a comment, you know, whether we're Democrats, whether there were Republicans, we're all five-fingered. We have two eyes, we have a nose, we have a mouth. We're all equal. And why should we even have a color or anything, create barriers to have people, you know, to homes or whatever services that they need? And that's the way I feel, because we are a community, it's our responsibility. And then on top of that, you know, I know Coconino County has been really involved with certain community places where they have like meetings. Econa representatives back there, and part of their pillars that they worked on is that housing. How do we create housing, whether it be low income or student housing, veteran homes? You know, there's all sorts of homes that need to be looked at. So I just want to say we are all equal. Thank you so much for the presentation. And we will go ahead and do a photo op with both groups now.
Can we make a motion?
Oh,
Make a
sorry,
motion
sorry.
If I may, Madam Chair. I would at this point ask that we approve a proclamation designating April 2025 as Fair Housing Month.
I'll second that.
A motion has been made by Supervisor Horstman, seconded by Supervisor Ontario. So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we will have the photo op now. I was so excited to have a photo of them.
Yeah, some of you will have to go down.
Okay, we will go ahead and continue our board meeting. Next, we have the Board of Supervisors consent agenda. And all matters under consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by a single motion. Are there any items that the board wishes to be considered separately? Supervisor?
Thank you,
Rivera?
Chair Begay. I would like to have items 4 and 6 pulled from the consent agenda, please.
Are there any other items to be pulled? Thank you. There being none, there a motion for
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Horstman?
I would move that we accept the consent agenda as set forth, exclusive of items number 4 and 6.
Thank you. The second?
I'll second that.
Second by Supervisor Almatroveros. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Abstain? Motion carries. Lena? Okay, we're going back to consent agenda item number 4. Number 4.
Yeah, Chair Begay, members of the board, this was pulled for further consideration. This is a request by Supervisor for District 5, Supervisor Fowler, for a budget amendment for fiscal year 2025 in the amount of $25,501 to conduct a budget amendment from Community Initiatives account to the operations account for travel expenses.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Supervisor Almatroveros.
Thank you, Chair Begay. In preparation for this meeting this morning, I was reading through this and I've got some questions. I'm not sure who they're for. So let me just ask and then we'll go from there. I want to state that before I was a supervisor, I was a taxpayer. And to help bring understanding for those watching or joining us here this morning, can someone please explain what CI funds are and what the intended use is?
Supervisor Ontiveros, members of the board, CI is community initiatives, and community initiatives have historically been utilized for such actions as, for example, if Flagstaff Shelter Services would have a special request from the Board of Supervisors for funding for community initiatives, then that request would be made to the supervisors and then approved by the Board of Supervisors for that funding. If they wanted to buy supplies or toilet paper or whatever it may be. Another example may be community initiatives for the Arboretum of Flagstaff for operations for summer programming, and we've seen that request historically. That request would be made from the community partner or community initiative funds to the Board of Supervisors for use in that effort.
Andy, can I join your answer? Madam Chair, Supervisor Ontiveros, community initiatives funding is limited to expenditures that the county could make for a public purpose. And there are many public purposes that are enunciated in the Arizona revised statutes. And they're actually listed in policy statements that we have that manage the operations of county administration. These are typically activities that the county could engage in itself if it chose to, but it finds a partner who can operate that purpose better, faster, and more efficiently than the county could if the county stood up at the program itself. So oftentimes the partners that the county partners with are engaged in activities that the county could otherwise do, but allows another entity to do it for the same purpose, the same public purpose, at a more efficient, in a more efficient manner. And we do scrutinize applications and we scrutinize the activities of community initiatives. We call them community grants. And the community grants must serve a public purpose. There must be bargained for consideration. And the benefit that the county receives must be a direct benefit, not an indirect, intangible, or speculative value. It has to be value for value, bargained for consideration. And so we do go through a screening of each application that we receive to assure that it serves a public purpose and we derive a direct benefit that costs in proportion to the benefit received.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Council Ring. Is there a policy? You know what? Let me back up here a minute. I was not a supervisor when the current budget was passed. So it is my understanding that when that budget was passed, it was passed with purpose and reason. Like that's what it was. So with that, several more questions here. What amount does each supervisor receive for community initiatives? And I'm actually, while we're talking about this, community initiatives and travel, what amounts does each supervisor receive? What amount did each supervisor receive in operations in the 2024-25 budget?
Supervisor Antiveros, members of the
you're
board.
right.
I'm going to ask Terry Mullaney, our finance
24-25.
director, to help me out with the actual numbers. But the Board of Supervisors per district receives a budget in which to operate, and those are subunits of the Board of Supervisors budget, which is, I believe, 1.8 million in total. So those subunits by district would be operations and travel, and then community initiatives. Siri, thank you for helping.
Let me clarify something first. I know that we're talking about FY 24, 25. The budget we still haven't approved yet. So, right?
Thank you, Chair.
20,
Actually,
yeah.
so we're in the fiscal year 25 budget. We are working on adoption of the fiscal year 26 budget that will start July 1st. So for the current budget year, the amount that is given to each district as the baseline allocation was just over $15,000 for operating and just under $50,000 for community initiatives as the baseline amount. In addition to that, each district has had the opportunity to carry over unused funds in each of those buckets from year to year. So if a district had underexpended their operating or their community initiatives in one year, those dollars automatically roll into the next budget appropriation to be available for use. So every district budget at this point looks a little different due to the historical carryovers that are included.
Okay, so, but what we're talking about this morning is not necessarily rollover. It is actually moving funds from CI to, it's called operations. Okay. Is there a policy that board members are to follow when doing this?
Supervisor Antiveros, members of the board, historically, budget amendments are pretty common actually with the county and transferring between line items to align the budget amount with where the expenditures are anticipated to occur. In terms of the policy, Siri, can you help me out with that one as well?
Sure. Thank you, Andy. Chair and members of the board. So the county has budget management policies in which all departments, including the Board of Supervisors, must follow when making adjustments to the budget. There are also statutory requirements when it comes to amending the budget that must be followed. But just a high level is that we are prescribed by statute in only expending funds in our budget for a purpose that's in the budget unless we go through those steps of amending it, which includes voting at a public meeting. So there is a mechanism in statute to amend the budget. And as County Manager Bertelsen mentioned, it is fairly common. A good example of this is we may receive a grant in the middle of the year and we have not established a budget. We didn't know about it. We didn't adopt it in our budget. We would bring that forward to the Board of Supervisors to adopt that budget. Another relatively common occurrence may be that a need arises in a department and there may be additional funds available in another department's budget that could help offset some of that need. Sometimes departments collaborate on initiatives. And so it may be that we do a budget amendment to move funds from one department to another, still following the statutes and the policies that guide it. But the main policy that we need to be aware of, it follows the statute in that we have to present it in a public meeting and the Board of Supervisors must vote on it in a public meeting. But other than that, there really are fewer limitations other than the resources need to be available, meaning we can't increase the budget overall, but we can transfer between line items.
Okay, thank you for that. In this particular case that's before the board this morning, was policy adhered to? Was policy followed? Because it's my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that the 25,000 that this board is being asked to move from CI, which County Manager Bertelson did an excellent job of giving examples for, it's already been spent. Like that $25,000 has already been expended. Am I correct with that?
Thank you, Supervisor. You are correct with that, but if we go back to the statute, we have not violated the statute because the level in which the budget is established is actually it's a step up, or it's actually 2 steps up from this. So it's at the fund and department level. So if we look at the Board of Supervisors budget this year, the budget, as Andy mentioned, for the general fund was about $1.8 million. To date, the Board of Supervisors budget has expended less than $1.2 million. So although this individual area carved out within our own budget structure has been exceeded, the budget in total from that legal and actual budget management perspective, budget policy perspective, there has not been a violation.
Okay, thank you for that. And now I'm going to ask legal. You've heard the questions, you've heard the answers. Is this board within their legal right to make the request that is before them this morning, knowing that it didn't really follow policy?
That's a yes/no question, and the answer is yes. If you would like an explanation, I would offer that, Siri, our finance director, was clear in her explanation that oftentimes, say, department budgets, and the Board of Supervisors is a department, department budgets will allocate an amount at budget adoption that they project into the future of that fiscal year. And all things being the same, you would stay within those line items in the budget. In this instance, there's a request to, I use the word pour over, to pour over community initiative funding in District 5 from community initiative to travel and operations, because the travel and operations line item has been overexpended. And so the way to correct that is to make a budget adjustment to allow that line item to smooth over. And that this smoothing operation is something that a finance director does within statutory authority. So that's where I get to the answer, yes, can the board do this? Now, I think I hear in your question a more subtle observation, and that is about auditing and best practices. And we do, this line item adjustment, should you approve it, is today a moment in time, an action that you take. But best practices and the constant auditing of budget for best practices is an ongoing duty, an ongoing operation. It's not a moment in time. It's for the history of our organization. And so when we look at this item, and if you probe into the rationale for why it's occurring, what we're looking for is to improve our best practices. And so though this should occur at a moment in time, still the subject matter that we're talking about is something that has been an ongoing, I want to use the right word, an ongoing effort to try to arrive at best practices for not only District 5, but for all districts within the department, which is the Board of Supervisors. And so I think with that distinction, it may give you some confidence in taking the action today because you have the legal authority. And it may give you confidence into the future, knowing that what we're working towards is best practices. And that's how I would answer your question.
Okay, and I am all about moving forward on best practices. And what I would like to do is state for the record here, because I've made my decision in this case. I've given this a lot of thought. Oh, yeah, I know. Okay, I'm just going to talk about my decision-making process, okay? As stated by our finance director, each supervisor receives approximately $15,000 in maintenance and operation and approximately 50 in CI. So if I'm understanding what's happened here correctly, the District 5 budget for the 15,000 was completely depleted. Is that correct? And then overspent by approximately $25,000. Is that correct?
Supervisor Ontiveros, I can answer your question. The entirety of the district budget was not depleted. There are, so this is not a request for a budget increase. There are funds in the amount in the community initiatives budget in the amount of $25,501,000, the requested amount to cover the cost associated with operations and travel in the district. So the operations and travel in the district has been spent. That is correct.
Okay, and that answers the question. So then that brings us to a $40,000 total. Am I correct? Is my addition correct? Okay. And that is from July 1st, 2025 to what date? July 1st, 2025
to current.
I'm sorry. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
I've been off with my years. Thank you for the
And
clarification.
actually, to Bill's point, it's actually into February. So this amount would align the budget with the expenditures from July 1, 2024 through into the month of February 2025.
What date in February?
I believe roughly February 4th.
Okay, so really this is a 7-month time period. Would we agree?
Yeah, I think we can do that.
Okay,
Yeah.
and so if we divide 40 by 7, we have expenditures, and it looks to me like they're travel expenditures. Am I correct with that? For $5,000 a month.
Travel and operations, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, so perhaps this is a question for our finance director. What happens if the board does not approve this action that's before us this morning?
Thank you, Supervisor. So at that point, there are two options for the board. So the first one would be if no further action is taken, the expenditures have already been allocated in the system. As I mentioned, the Board of Supervisors in total is on track to be under budget slightly this year, if you think of how much has been expended to date and how much time is remaining. Therefore, there would not be a statutory violation. However, given that each district receives an allocation or that subunit, it would be at the discretion of the board to decide if they would like to reconsider the budget amendment or if they would like to pursue any personal repayment, or really just, what direction they wanted to take in terms of the one district being over budget. Statutorily and from budget management policy perspective, there is nothing that the finance department would specifically pursue. But of course, the board the ball would be in the court of the board, if you will, to decide if they would like to pursue additional action.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And in the spirit that our legal counsel gave, that we are in the process of moving forward, I'm going to kind of leave the questions there, and now I'm going to make a statement about where I'm at. I do understand that this decision to approve this action before us this morning is legal, and we can do it. To me, it doesn't pass the sniff test. And what I mean by that is, if the funds were allocated for a purpose and a reason as set forth by County Manager Bertelsen. An example to me would be if somebody said, Tammy, I'm hungry, and I gave them money for food, and then I found out they spent it on alcohol, drugs, or lottery tickets. I'm not going to be really happy with that. So I think that to stay in the spirit of why the funds were approved to begin with, to me, it doesn't pass the sniff test. And as I stated earlier, I wasn't continue to be a taxpayer. And I believe this board has the highest duty to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars. I do not believe that that is what is happening in this case. In addition to policy, in my opinion, not really being followed. So I will not be voting to approve this action. I realize there's not a motion in front of us, but I cannot vote to approve this. And I just want to end with this, that this board must set the highest ethical standard when dealing with taxpayer dollars. So other departments and heads will see our example and follow it. I'm done.
Thank you, Supervisor Ontiveros. Supervisor, Supervisor Horseman, she had her hand up. Oh, Supervisor Fowler, go ahead. I didn't see her.
Yeah, thank you. You know, a number of years ago is when we started, as a board, started transferring CI funds for travel. The reason was because we didn't have enough dollars in our travel budget. Today, to date, I represent the Board of Supervisors in the county at the national level on various various positions. Like right now, the NACO Task Force for Disaster Reform. I'm the chair of the RAC, Rural Caucus, and then on various committees in the state as well. So when it came to travel budget, the board at the time, and I have to say at the time, said it was okay because it was a mission of the county, traveling for the county, to have a voice at all of these locally, the state, and the national level, to make sure that we're at the table, and that's where the practice of transferring CI into our operating budget started from. And that's where we still are. Our travel has increased, and being on those committees, it just has increased. Since the board budget was set, it was never amended to really accommodate the work that we do and our travel that we do. So that was the reason, that would be something that I would add. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Supervisor Horseman?
Yes, and thanks. And you know what? I really appreciate the fact that we're talking about this instead of, just having it on a consent agenda. I think that it's important for the public to understand what we do, why we do it. And so I appreciate Supervisor Ontiveros pulling this. I would like to say that I really believe that this board, and the time I've been on this board, strives to exhibit the highest fiduciary standards to the public. And certainly this is the people's money. And when we are going to be entering into budget, and we're going to have to be making some really hard decisions on the very best way to use the people's money. And each district, each one of us, has our own budget, and we are required to maintain that budget. And we need to be doing that, again, exhibiting the highest standards and what we can to uphold the respect the public has for us and the trust that they have put into us. And I know that in the past, each district has used their budget based on the best needs of that district. And our districts are varied, and the needs of the districts also vary. And we also look for the whole county and what's the best way that we as individual board members, utilizing our individual budgets, can also serve the needs of our county. And I know that's varied from district to district because of location, on some located much farther away on tribal lands, and some of us located within the city of Flagstaff. So there have been varying and different needs for each district and how we spend the money. And I also believe that there needs to be a better practice in how our budgets are maintained. And the nice thing is this board has taken that on as a responsibility and looking into best practices in the future. So I want to say that I'm a big believer that CI money belongs in CI, but I also know that there has been for over 20 years a practice of using CI also for other needs within a district when those needs, such as travel, become paramount, and in that supervisor's opinion, are in the best needs of the district and the whole county. And so, with that, and with an understanding that we are going to be changing these best practices, and quite frankly, setting an operation budget more in line with the needs of the travel and the needs of travel from the various districts. So although I absolutely agree with everything that was said by Supervisor Ontiveros in making sure that we maintain the highest fiduciary standards for the public, and quite frankly, to maintain the trust of the public, I am going to be approving this if this is entered into as a motion.
Okay. Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, thank you. First off, I'd like to say I agree with my colleagues about the need to make sure that we're utilizing taxpayer dollars correctly and are transparent about it. And second, going through this process, what has come to light is the fact that we need to update our policies so that this kind of situation doesn't happen again. And so while I will be voting for this to approve this motion, I do want to see us to adjust our policies so that we have a better understanding of how this works, and we will move forward with it. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to thank all my colleagues for making comments, and certainly, we do have a large district, out there in our communities, and there's a lot of travel. Because of our existence in Washington, D.C., with the past several years, we've been bringing monies home to help the people in the communities. And then also we have a lot of community initiative requests that come to our offices too. And, for anything, housing solutions, we donate to everything, almost every single the request that comes through, to help the communities to get to where they need and get things done. And I think it's very important we continue to do that. And sometimes it probably puts us in a low bind, but we've been pinching in certain areas, to ensure that we have monies for them out there year round. And so, and then we are, some of us are at the national level as far as being a member. And being a member out there, you have a large, I think, a bigger voice. And I think this county that's the reason why we've been getting a lot of funds, especially like for flood mitigations, and, fires that have happened. And I just want to say, we just all need to understand one another. We all just need to work with one another. Nobody's perfect. I can say that. We are here as our constituents want us to be in these seats. And yes, we have to be accountable for everything that we do and whatever we say. And so I just want to say thank you to my colleagues. And I don't know if there's anybody else that would like to say anything. Andy, you want to say anything?
No, thank you, Chair Begay. I appreciate the conversation, and we're definitely taking note as we develop our practices and budgets for future fiscal years and how we work together as a county manager's office, a legal team, and as a board of supervisors. I will note historically different districts have had different community needs, and board members have historically utilized this process to meet the community needs as those district representatives have chosen to do that. For example, some historical supervisors have utilized community initiatives, or they've utilized that rollover to fund larger projects. And so I think it's important that we establish ourselves together going forward and how we together want to meet those community needs.
And Madam Chair, if I could, I was listening very carefully to Supervisor Ontiveros' comments, and I understand the concern that you and the board have for fiscal management. And I want you, as a supervisor, and the supervisors and the public know that our client is the organization, Coconino County. The organization is effectuated by the Board of Supervisors, but we have an interest in also identifying best practices in fiscal management, but also correcting for those practices that are not. And so I was making a distinction in my comments about what you legally do, but also the ongoing duty, the responsibility to be auditing and scrubbing for best practices. If there are instances where there's a recovery that is due, because our client is the organization, we have the ability to pursue recovery. So I think you've hit upon a very important point. And I wanted to make those distinctions so that you, the board, and the public understand who our client is and what our objectives may be if what we find is that there is not best practices, but something else. And so I'll leave it at that, but I appreciate your comments, and I appreciate all the comments of the supervisors.
Okay, since legal says it's okay to transfer dollars, as always, to help our communities out there, I will be supporting the vote here. So at this time, if there are no other comments to be made, I'd like to have a motion. Hello, Lena? Supervisor Fowler, are you on the line?
I'm here.
Okay.
Since this is you've asked to put this on the agenda, are you making a motion?
Oh, okay. Yes, please. Thank you. And I just want to add too that, yes, we are responsible for our communities, but at the same time, we use the community initiative funds. We work on behalf of the county at all levels. So I just want to thank everyone for the discussion. And as we move forward, I know we have some policies that we want to change from the way, we're in a transition period. So thank you. And with that, Madam Chair, I will move that we approve item number 4.
Okay, motion's been made. Is there a second? Second by, motion made by Supervisor Fowler, second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All
Aye.
opposed?
Nay.
Okay, and any abstentions? Okay, this item has been approved by the board. Thank you so much for all the conversations that was put into this. Thank you. Now we go to item number 6. Consideration and possible action to approve the board appointment for Gregory Nelson to represent Supervisor Ontiveros and District 3 on the Community Action Advisory Board for a 2-year term to expire April 1st, 2027.
Is this the Gregory Nelson?
It is. Chair
Well,
Begay, can I make some
well,
remarks?
She's going to tell you April Fools.
That's funny, Chair Begay. No, Gregory, that's not what I'm going to say. I would like to, I don't think there's anyone here that doesn't know you, but I'm going to introduce you anyway, okay? Gregory is the director of the National Center for Public Lands Counties, where he leads the center's operations and oversees activities focused on advancing the policy and practice related to America's public lands counties. His work enhances the long-term research, capacity, building, and knowledge exchange between elected and appointed leaders from public lands counties, federal and state policymakers, key influencers, and the public. Gregory holds a doctorate in science and technology and society from Virginia Tech. He has a rich background in county government, having spent 7 years in Coconino County, Arizona, where he gained experience across multiple departments, working on federal land management issues, forest restoration, economic development initiatives, in coal-impacted communities, land use planning and policy knowledge, and county government. I'm sorry, I missed a line. Land use planning and policy around sensitive military facilities and disaster responses and recovery. His knowledge of county government, particularly in navigating the complex relationship between local communities and public lands managers, informs his leadership at the National Center for Public Lands, Counties to advance practical and impactful research for counties across the United States. So Gregory, thank you for your willingness to serve on this. And if you would like, please say a few words.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Ontiveros, Chair Brigade, board members, County Manager Bertelsen, staff, and former colleagues. Pleasure to be here with you today. I'd just like to say thank you for placing the trust in me to continue to serve Coconino County in this role. I think we're going to see a lot of demands on our community services, and I'm excited to bring some research and expertise and analysis and work with the Health and Human Services Department and Andrea and the leadership there on this board. I'm also excited for the opportunity to serve on a board and provide impact and advice back to this board, because that's what this ultimately is representing the board on this board, and you, Supervisor Ontiveros, and the constituents and residents of District 3, of which I'm a member. So I just want to say thank you for the trust in place in me to do this work. And I look forward to working in a space that I hope to bring some more experience to and gain some experience and be a collaborator to advance the critical programs that the county provides to our citizens in the most need throughout our county. So thank you very much, and good to see everyone here today. And thank you for welcoming me back and the opportunity to continue to serve.
Yes, absolutely. Chair Begay, would you like me to make the motion, or are you going to ask for comments from? Okay.
I don't know. I think Chair Begay had the best comment there. So, but having said that, Gregory, it's so great to see you. We've missed you. And, once again, public service to Coconino County, you're here for us, with us. We so appreciate that. And hopefully it means we'll see more of you. And, you represent the counties on a national level. And I'm so great you're still here in Coconino representing us on a district level with Supervisor Ontiveros and the countywide as well. So thank you.
I need to check in with County Manager Bertelsen about a touchdown station. I'm just kidding.
You're still one of my top
April
advisors,
Fools.
Gregory.
Did you hear her? She said April Fools.
April Fools.
Vasquez?
Yeah, thank you for volunteering to do this role. It means we get to put you back to work, even in a voluntary basis. But we appreciate you being here and committing to doing this important work. And congratulations on your NACO work. It was really cool to see you out there at the conference blossoming in your new role. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez, and we'll continue to work together. And I look forward to seeing everyone at WIR in Pennington County, South Dakota. Absolutely. I got a 65-page report I'm working on, so we'll hopefully have some great impactful work there and continue to work on our public lands.
So now you're giving us homework. Is that what's going on here?
For your edification, but with this county, it's hard to edify a county that has so much experience in the area. But for your colleagues across the country, public lands knowledge is a challenge because of the many different agencies.
Wow, thank you, Greg. Thank you so much for coming back here and wanting to help us again. And we do miss you. It's not April Fools, but we do miss you. And with all the hard work that you've done, in government affairs for us, you had us posted every single minute, and changes was right there in front of us. What we needed to do, documents to be drafted up for us to review and have input into it. I mean, that's a lot of work. So I just want to say thank you we'll be seeing you here. So I'm not sure about did you say a landing station? But anyway.
A runway. Runway.
Oh, runway. Okay, so thank you so much, for being here. And then I think Supervisor Fowler, would you like to make a comment?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Greg, thank you. I have to thank NACO for allowing you to stay in our community so you can help us again here. Congratulations, and thank you so much for volunteering. And it's really really important work, since that department is also under attack by the new administration. So these community service programs that are going to benefit communities. So with your knowledge now at the national level, where public lands is also under attack, we have to work to protect all of these. And it's happened before with the last election, last time, and now this time it's even more. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Gregory, thank you again for your willingness to serve. You are the right person for this job, and Coconino County is blessed to have your willingness to do this. So thank you. With that, I would like to make a motion that we approve Gregory Nelson to represent Supervisor Ontiveros in District 3 on the Community Action Advisory Board for a 2-year term to expire April 1st, 2027.
And I'll second that motion.
There's a motion and a second on the floor. Any comments? If there be none, all in favor say aye.
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 Oppose? Motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you for the trust, and I look forward to the work ahead.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have, we will be resolving as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Is there a motion?
I so move.
Okay, motion's been made. There's a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, item number 7, consideration and possible action to approve Flood Control District Resolution 2025-01, approving an IGA between Coconino County Flood Control District and City of Flagstaff to transfer ownership and maintenance responsibility of the Parkway sediment basins to the City of Flagstaff.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Okay, go ahead, Supervisor Horstman.
I would like to remove item number 7 from the consent agenda because I think we should talk about this. This is important and we should sing our praises. So if I can remove that, please.
Oh, okay. So the item under that is been removed.
If I may.
Yes, go ahead.
And I see we have Julie here, and I know she's going to talk a little bit more specifically, but the reason I wanted to remove this so we can talk about it is this is a great accomplishment. And it's also what partnership stands for. And this was a great partnership between Flood Control District here in Coconino County and the City of Flagstaff. And in 2019, the museum fire destroyed a great part of the Spruce watershed, causing severe and repetitive flooding in the Mount Eldon Estates area in District 1 and downstream neighborhoods in the county and also within the City of Flagstaff. So what happened was an agreement and working in collaboration with the city to include a component and for engineering and a construction of those sediment basins. If you haven't been out there to see them, they're pretty amazing to look at. And this, in fact, we've gone through a few monsoons, and guess what? So far, so good. Everybody knock on wood, but it looks great. The mitigation is withholding and doing what it's supposed to do. Now that this has been accomplished by the county and the Flood Control District, it is being turned over to the City of Flagstaff because this is on city property, and turning over to the City of Flagstaff for the upkeep and maintenance. And again, Julie Lieb from, I'm going to get it wrong. Well, you're here for the county, aren't you? She wears a few hats. They're all like very good hats. And I guess you're going to talk more about this. So thank you, Julian. Thank you for your involvement in this from the very beginning.
Absolutely. Thank you, Vice Chair Horstman. And I know Lucinda Andriani, the Flood Control District Administrator, would like to be here today, but I think she's enjoying some roller coaster time with some kids. which is much needed after a lot of work and effort, as you know, and been watching with everything that the Flood Control District has going on for post-wildfire flood mitigation. So the Parkway sediment basins, this is the final on forest, although it is a city property. These are sediment basins. So this is a series, this is an integrated system where upstream there was on forest work for restoration of alluvial fans. This is right before it enters into the city infrastructure. As you know, the city of Flagstaff, there is a large project underway for the infrastructure downstream. So the sediment basins are so important because this only works downstream if those are free and flowing. And if we're not capturing that sediment on forest upstream, then it doesn't matter what gets done downstream. So it's integral to the whole process and to the delivery of easing the pain for a lot of those folks in the Grandview and Sunnyside neighborhoods and downstream. Is there anything else, Vice Chair Horseman, you'd like me to address?
No, but it's great. It's marvelous achievement. And as I said, you've been involved in this from the beginning. So.
Yes, thank you. No, it's just, it's really cool the fact that the city's taking over the maintenance of these basins. It was a large project. It took a lot of work to get there. Thank you for being part of that and your work towards it. And you know, we're really grateful to the Flood Control District for really taking the lead on getting that going. And now we're grateful for the fact that the city's going to maintain it because that's really important. And that allows and frees up our Flood Control District to look at other projects that we need to look into as the need is always there. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. One thing I failed to mention is how important our partnership is with NRCS. NRCS funded this project with the Flood Control District. Yes, that is a federal program through the U.S. Department of Agriculture.
And how much was that project?
I can't remember the exact number for that piece because it was also tied to another piece of work upstream. So I don't have that final number, but perhaps some of my friends here do.
No, thank you. I just wanted to highlight the amount of millions that it took to get it because it wasn't a small project. It was a very large project built into a even larger project, and our NRCS was so crucial. I mean, if you look across the board of the 9 watersheds that we were looking at, and this would actually be counted as a 10th watershed because this was the museum flood fires. Yeah, it would account several, probably 20 to 30 million if you include all the pipeline tunnel flood mitigation through the neighborhoods. And so we're very grateful for that partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Ontiveros?
Yeah, I absolutely concur with my colleagues' comments. And I just want to thank you for the explanation that you gave on that. Really appreciate it for those in here or that might be joining us online to help us better understand the larger project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Horseman?
Well, with that, and oh, I'm sorry, Andy first.
Thank you, Vice Chair Horseman and members of the board. I want to.
We had Supervisor Fowler too.
Oh, sorry, Supervisor Fowler. I don't want to speak over you, but full disclosure of this, I was actually at the city of Flagstaff at the time that this project developed. And Julie, I'm sorry, I don't have the number for that specific project, but I want to reiterate something. The partnership with the Natural Resources Conservation Service, as developed by Coconino County over time, was so integral, so important to protecting our communities. And I want to thank the city of Flagstaff for that partnership. I was with the city at the time and our partners at the time, Julie Lee, the Flood Control District, and how happy I was personally for those projects to develop. Another Natural Resources Conservation Service funding outlet was the basins for the Schultz Creek watershed, and how important that was if you know the devastation that occurred on Highway 180 and Coconino Estates. And so thanks, Julie. I'm sorry I don't have that number in front of, and Sunnyside and Killip School. So I just want to note that, again, when I was with the city at the time, I was so thankful that the county had that partnership with Natural Resources Conservation Service and how we were able to utilize it to benefit our community.
Thank you. And Supervisor Fowler?
Thank you. Thank you for pulling this item, and it is such an important project. I once again want to thank NRCS. NRCS has been there from the beginning with our work on the fire, flood, and mitigation. And without them, I don't know where we would be. And once again, USDA has been targeted at the national level. I sit on the NACO Interagency Disaster Reform Task Force, and we are working to make sure that these NRCS and other departments that really do help at the local level stay intact and have the funding that the local needs meets the local needs with these disasters that happen. So just want to thank you for bringing this item, and really the city of Flagstaff have been a great partner with all the projects that we've been doing in this area. So thank you so much.
Okay, Supervisor Horstman?
And if I may, we'd also be remiss not to thank, who was a very big part of getting this funding, then Representative O'Halloran, and of course our Senators Kelly and Sinema. They really rose to the occasion for our flood mitigation work. So really appreciate that. And with that, I would make a motion to approve the Flood Control District Resolution 2025-01, approving an intergovernmental agreement between Coconino County Flood Control District and the City of Flagstaff to transfer ownership and maintenance responsibilities at the Parkway Sediment Basin to the City of Flagstaff.
I'll second that.
I was going to say something, but I guess I'll just forego that. But the floor, Supervisor Horstman, Director Horstman, and seconded by Director Ontiveros. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, all opposed? Motion carries. We will now resolve as a Board of Supervisors. May I have a motion to resolve as such?
So move.
Motion made by Director Ontiveros,
Second.
seconded by Director Horstman. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you for all the hard work that you guys do out there. And I would like to say thank you to Lucinda and her department, for really going out for different grants to ensure, the safety of the people that live out there. So thank you so much. Okay, discussion items. We have item number 8, discussion and update regarding state, federal, legislative, and administrative matters. And an introduction and update from Senator Gallegos, Northern District Director Derek Duba.
Thank you, Chair
County
Begay,
Manager.
members of the board. We have Keith Breckus here, our Government Affairs Director, and Derek Duba from Senator Gallegos' office. I had the pleasure of meeting Derek on Saturday, and I'm so happy he's here with us to address the board. So thank you.
Gallegos, so we are lucky to have him here, and I will let him introduce himself and tell him things the senator's doing or whatever he wants to say. So thank you.
Thank you all so much for having me here today. Can you hear me all right? Awesome. Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair Begay, Vice Chair Horstman, Honorable Supervisors Ontiveros, Vasquez, and Fowler. And to all those in attendance here today. My name is Derek Duba, and I'm honored to serve as Senator Ruben Gallegos' Northern Arizona Director. I'm a veteran of the United States Army, having served honorably for 8 years as both an Arabic linguist and military intelligence collector have taken kind of an unconventional path into government, as many of you have. After serving 8 years, I returned home to Arizona, every bit as committed to serving my favorite state and my home, and learning from the best in Keith Brackus, who taught me a lot about service, about presence in community, about giving back to people. I feel very honored and privileged to be here with you all today. Senator Gallego, for his part, would like to extend his gratitude to each of you for your leadership and to offer his commitment to being an accessible, proactive, and responsive partner in building a relationship that serves not just Northern Arizona, but the entire state, and by extension, the country. And the flood control district project that we talked about earlier today, I think is a great example of the type of partnership that we can build upon here. So very excited to stand on the shoulders of all you giants and many before. Since taking office just over 2 months ago, Senator Gallego has hit the ground running. He's focused on ensuring that everyday Arizonans, from veterans like myself to working families and tribal communities, are heard and represented in Washington. Our team is growing in Northern Arizona. I'm proud to be based here, and we brought on additional casework support to help constituents with federal agencies, whether it's veterans navigating the VA, seniors dealing with Social Security, or folks applying for small business support through the SBA. The federal government is big, and sometimes its processes are complicated, and they're certainly imperfect, as all human-operated processes are. So we're here to help in any way that we possibly can. Our casework operation, as of right now, I'm proud to announce, is fully up and running, and we encourage you to refer constituents our way. We are here to help. Now, I'll say it's very easy to state all of these high-minded intentions and desires with flowery language, but oftentimes I think actions speak much louder than words. So to put some of those words to some of our actions in just these short 2 months, I'd like to highlight a couple of things that we've done specifically with Coconino County and our rural communities and our communities of folks who have historically oftentimes been underserved in mind. That includes Senator Gallego backing the Protect Our Parks Act and the Save Our Forests Act to restore staffing in national parks and forests, including the Grand Canyon. It includes co-sponsorship of a bipartisan bill with Senator Kelly to secure Colorado River water rights for the Navajo Nation, Hopi Tribe, and San Juan Southern Paiute Tribe. Senator Gallego is currently leading legislation to protect veterans' benefits, reinstate wrongfully laid off federal employees, and to protect the Veterans Crisis Line, of which I myself have been a personal beneficiary of, and many others like me have. Now, last week, Senator Gallego signed on to the Secure Rural Schools Act, which, as many of you are aware, is absolutely integral to keeping funding available for rural schools like those here in Coconino County. And that's not support that we've landed in a vacuum. It's support that we've known to target because of the constant communication that we have with you all, because of the leadership that you all are showing in your community, and the proactive communication on the part of yourselves and your staff. So for that, I'm grateful. We cannot legislate and lead in a vacuum. You all are helping us do that. So thank you. Beyond that, Senator Gallego is working to protect Medicaid, which supports over 30% of all of Arizonans statewide, but disproportionately in rural communities like those throughout Coconino County. And part of the way that we're getting at that information and trying to be methodical and getting out to those communities are through a series of town halls. We've already hosted some in Phoenix, Douglas, and Sierra Vista, focused on things like Medicare, Medicaid, access to some of these funds, veterans issues in particular. We're very interested in hearing about some of the impacts on those communities. And before anybody asks, I'm sure the question is, well, when is he coming to Coconino County, right? I'm very pleased to announce that at his urging, Coconino County will be the next stop of our town hall. So I look forward to working with all of y'all to identify a precise venue. But Coconino County, Yavapai County, Northern Arizona rural communities are absolutely a priority. So I want to set expectations with you all, and I want to set them high. Beyond that, perhaps at my own peril, given the light of the holiday today, I'm happy to invite questions, comments, concerns, practical jokes at my expense, whatever the mood may be.
We will have Supervisor Horseman come on. She's good at that.
Can't wait.
You know, can I move my place? I can't sit next to April Fools. So thank you for being here. Welcome. I know you've been here before. It's great to see you again. And congratulations on the position with our Senator Gallegos. I know Senator Gallego has been up here when he was running. Got to take a look at what we have here in Coconino County and some of the unique needs we have up here, especially with regards to forest restoration, concerns on flood mitigation, and of course, you know, ongoing health and safety for our community, given the fact we live in the largest contiguous ponderosa pine forest in the country. So we really appreciate that. And, you know, these are very interesting times. And he is a freshman senator during some of the most challenging times, I think, in our country, certainly during my lifetime. And certainly it's not business as usual. We went back to Washington, D.C. And saw firsthand some of what's going on. But living here, we're also feeling firsthand what's going on. So it is so important that we have a strong voice, a loud voice. And I know Senator Gallego is that voice and will represent us and stand up. And I'm so pleased he's willing to come here to Coconino County, to rural Arizona, to hear from us, to hold town halls, because that's really what the purpose of representation is, and serving us well. He needs to hear from us. So pleased to hear that. And we would love to, at some point when he has time, is to give him a tour of what we have been able to accomplish up here in northern Arizona, the importance not only of the flood mitigation and the after the fact when we suffer these destruction and emergencies, but what we need to do before the fact, working with the Forest Service to do forest restoration projects. And we'd love to take him on a tour, show him what's going on. We are so glad he's a voice, a veteran himself, and you as well, a voice for veterans benefits. We also need him to be a strong voice for Social Security, for Medicaid, Medicare, obviously, and for our grants. I mean, we've really suffered here in Coconino County because of the reduction of the federal grants programs, which really is leaving some of our most vulnerable residents really in a very bad situation. So thank you. Thanks for being here. Tell him we need his voice and come and visit us.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Horseman. And to your point, I'll offer that you folks who are so deeply connected to these communities are in many ways much more capable storytellers of those impacts than we possibly can be as staff, no matter how deeply embedded we are in these communities. So I will continue to rely upon you to connect us to those stories, connect us to those impacts so that we can bring them back to Washington and ensure that the needs of the residents of Coconino County and our larger state are heard there.
And we're here for you. We
Thank
want
you.
him to know that.
We feel that. Thank you.
Supervisor Ontiveros?
Mr. Duba, I have not had the opportunity to meet you until today, so it's very nice meeting you, and thank you for your service to this country.
Thank you.
Actually, Vice Chair Horseman really hit on the topic that I was going to hit on. I am District 3, large district, many, many unincorporated communities within this district that are right in the heart of national forest, the largest contiguous ponderosa pine forest that she was talking about. So one of the biggest and most important things for me and for the safety of these communities is the forest restoration and having it happen before the fact rather than after the fact, where we've got some time to, you know, really think about things rather than react to it. Also, the continued flood mitigation that has gone on. And I will say that I think Coconino County, I think we can show off. And so I just want to echo her comment that please have him come out, have him go on these field trips with us so we can show that Coconino County really knows what we're doing. So thank you. And I look forward to meeting him at the town hall and hopefully on a field trip.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Ontiveros, something you said in particular that I would really like to hammer home. And this is an intention that has been reiterated in our office time and time and time again. An ounce of prevention can go so much longer than reacting, right? We don't want to be caught in a position with our, pants down just because we haven't taken the time to proactively reach out to the community, see where those gaps in need are, see where those opportunity gaps are to prevent unnecessary suffering, to prevent unnecessary destruction. Those of us who have spent some time up north here know that it's not a matter of if we're going to have wildfires. It's a matter of when and how bad and how well prepared we are. So you have our commitment that we are going to do absolutely everything we can to be well prepared at that. And again, similar to my comments towards Supervisor Horseman, we're going to rely upon you to help tell that story because you can do it better than we can.
Well, I very much look forward to the opportunity and we'll be working with you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for being here. First off, congratulations on your new role and for the senator for becoming our senator in Arizona. First, I just wanted to thank you for showing up on Saturday to the Mexican consulate. That was a nice surprise to see your office there. I wasn't expecting it. And that tells me you're already tapping into the community and already looking to represent us. And so I really appreciate it and look forward to working with you moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. If there are no further questions.
Supervisor Fowler, are you on the line? Would you
I
like to
am.
make a comment? Would you like to make a comment?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for introducing yourself. Look forward to working with you on all levels of issues. You touched on Medicaid. Medicaid in Coconino County, nearly 40% of the county residents receive Medicaid, and it's so important for our population. And according to our community assessment, we are at many of our residents are in great need for these programs that are Social Security, the veterans benefits. We have nearly 10,000 veterans in our county. Medicaid, the children benefits, education that is now being attacked. The rural counties need those benefits from the federal government that the public schools receive, as well as the BIA and also grant schools receive, not just the secure rural schools, but there are other programs that are so important to our school system, and Head Start is important. We've been working with United Way with the kinder care for kindergartens, and those are really important programs that you just mentioned. We have high our risk from the fire and flood risk that is in our county. We're concerned about homeowners insurance, and that's come up in our meetings at the national level. FEMA is important. We need to keep FEMA. Yes, there needs to be reform to FEMA. We in Coconino County have monsoon seasons, and we don't meet the required threshold from one event. We'd like to see if we could change that to a monsoon season so that we can meet the thresholds. If we do it that way, we do, and will be really greatly benefit us. And since in Northern Arizona, it is very important for us to really take a look at that. And I know you support it, and just really want to thank the senator for paying attention to rural counties. These programs that are being proposed to dismantle or great cuts to be made really directly impacts us. We have federal workers that are being let go, and I don't know how much money we have in our housing rental assistance. We have all of these safeguards that we're trying to put in place, even eviction. We put a lot of that dollars with the ARPA dollars into our courts, and we created a mental health and behavioral health division so that we can meet the needs of our communities. And what's happening now, they're gonna benefit from that, but I don't know how much longer that's gonna be there. So I just wanna thank you and thank the senator for being there for us and understanding what our needs are and want to learn more also. So happy that he's gonna have a town hall and be meeting with our Northern Arizona. And it'd be really good if it wasn't just in Flagstaff, if it was out in the rural communities. I think that would be really good. I know it's challenging to schedule and time and all the efforts that go into that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. I just want to add most of the things that the other supervisors have mentioned. I'm not going to reiterate that, but I'm really looking at housing, veteran homes, student housing, employee housing. Those, we have a real need for that. We have families that drive 2 hours, 2.5 hours just to work here in Flagstaff. They go back the same day. And then sometimes, you know, there's like snow days and stuff like that. And then we have a lot of road conditions that we've been, I mean, we had 9 closures of 89 North here. And that's the only route coming in from north to the south into Phoenix area is that 89. And so that really, it was challenging, you know, to have people come to work because they had to, like maybe from Gap, they would come out to work and to drive into Cameron, and then they would have to go around Grand Canyon just to get to work here. Or the other route is going through Hopi country, then down to Loop, and then coming into Flag. So we're looking at we're looking at some of the IGAs that, you know, we feel that we need to, but I think roads is something that we really need to, an alternate road, because everything stops if that Highway 89 is closed, all the way from Colorado down to Phoenix. So I just want to say that, but I want to thank my colleagues for bringing up all the issues that we have. Certainly there are more issues, and thank you for being a representative for us and a talking voice for us. We really greatly appreciate it, and certainly we'd like to have a tour. And the county consists of, you know, a huge area. Coconino County is the second largest county within. So I just want to say next to San Bernardino. So anyway, I just want to say there are a lot of needs. There's a lot of needs. We have a lot of tribes that are within our county that we serve too. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I suppose the final thing that I'll offer, in addition to my gratitude for each of you sharing those concerns and priorities, one, I want to hammer home that this is not a one and done. I might not be able to make it to every single Board of Supervisors meeting, but I am always going to be available to each and every one of you and to all the members of our community. This will not be the last time that the senator comes and visits the community as well. And more specifically to the point of these IGAs, these opportunities to work together between municipal, county, state, federal government in order to meet some of these vital needs to provide these public goods. In the coming weeks, the offices of Senators Kelly and Gallego are actually going to be holding some webinars sharing information with opportunities for community-based funding. And I hope to see you all there. I will be sharing that information with Keith, and if any or all of you would like to connect with me directly, this is absolutely an opportunity for two-way communication, and I look forward to it. So thank you all very much for your time and for not pranking me.
Thank you.
And for not pranking me. April Fool's notwithstanding. It could still be coming. I recognize that fully.
Have a safe trip home.
Thank you so much.
Couple more things in here, I guess. First of all, too, on the NACO front, we're working with all the board. We've submitted to CSA everybody to continue on their public or their steering committees, so everybody will stay on those steering committees. But then we're also working with staff for the people that are seeking presidential appointments within certain committees, like leadership positions and stuff. So we'll get those.
Chair of the subcommittee, you have that.
Yes. Yep.
And when's the deadline?
April 30th, but we'll get it done this week. So we'll get that through. I did want to say too, on the secure rural schools, I think it's important having this, the board and members of staff communicate with offices, because sometimes they don't know what they don't know. And I think especially the senator previously coming from an urban district, I think some of our advocacy is helpful in letting, sort of expanding those horizons and letting the new people know things that we need. And so grateful that they put that in there. As far as state updates, I don't have much, but there's a couple bills we're tracking, and we'll see, we'll have a better sense at the end of this week, or I guess it was last week, but we're meeting with Karen tomorrow to talk about things that maybe didn't go through, but will still be budget asks, because a lot of the bills are sort of budget asks, and they end up potentially getting negotiating between the governor and the leadership. So some of the bills that we're tracking, like Pioneer Museum, SB 1017, the coal study, SB 1571. Some of those things we'll see if they didn't get a third read in the second chamber. We'll see if they're still in the budget negotiations. We've been told that they're still priorities for the sponsors, so they may be seen again. And then I was going to mention 2433, which our treasurer was supporting, and it's a Matt Grass bill. That bill did pass through committee was amended and passed through a second time. It did pass on I think a 6-1 vote. There was one senator who voted no on that, was Ortiz, and I think it wasn't so much concerns with the bill, but that her and the sponsor in that chamber have sort of been opposing each other's bills as a matter of course, which probably isn't necessarily the best way to do things, rather than vote on the merits of the bill, but that's kind of what we know there. Any questions or comments on any federal or state stuff?
Supervisor Horstman?
Yes.
Oh, great.
And besides making sure that we all get in for our ongoing steering committee positions with NACO, because I know there are a number of people on this board, and there may be some that would like to join. So it's important to check that out. And as I said, yeah, I have the chair of that subcommittee. I want to make sure that gets put there. So please keep up with our district directors. Keep us informed, because these are the things that keep me awake at night. I hate missing deadlines. So let's make sure we get that done. So the other is, you laughed at that because you know exactly what I mean, don't you, Bill? The other is that, as you know, we have an upcoming WIR conference, and I sit as the rep from Arizona on the WIR conference. And usually that's a good time for us to take a look at some resolutions, especially with regards to public lands. I don't know where we are on that, or if the deadline's already passed. I know we have in the past presented resolutions, and I'm assuming those are moving forward as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, we should, in terms of new resolutions, those will be voted on in the July conference in Philadelphia. But for the public lands ones, we should probably have something ready before WIR to, go over if we want to introduce new resolutions, which is something that we should probably look at with NACO.
Yeah, and with me. So let's
Yep.
make sure that we get that done.
Absolutely.
And we want to bring it here to the full board, so the whole full board is aware of it and are supportive of that. I think we have most of the board going to the WIR in Pennington County, South Dakota, right there at the base of the Badlands and Mount Rushmore. So it'll be a great time, in my opinion, for us to emphasize the importance of our public lands and to preserve and protect our national parks and the economic engine that these public lands and the national parks provide to rural communities and gateways communities like Coconino County.
Great. And one other thing I'll mention too, which I neglected to mention before, but congressionally directed spending, we are going to submit to the joint portal for our two senators. We are going to resubmit the projects from last year because with the continuing resolution, they weren't funded. There's no budget this year. So they'll be in the 26 budget, but we are getting from the departments. There could be some changes, especially inflationary costs. So we'll get those new numbers, submit them to the two offices. The other thing I'll mention in terms of staff is we will have Senator Kelly's staff visiting some of the county people soon. We also reach back out to Representative Crane's district staff too, to try to get them to come meet with us, because I think it's something we haven't always done here, but it's important. Sometimes we go to DC and we forget to invite the state staff, and sometimes those are the people on the ground. Like if things come up this summer, like there's a fire or something, these are the people that will be the first ones to be on the ground and be able to communicate back that to the senator or in the case of Crane to the representative. So we'll do a good job from government affairs of trying to make sure that we establish those relationships, not only with our staff, but that the board knows these individuals too, so that you can call them directly if you need to, if it's something specific to your district. Other questions or comments?
Just one more thing real quickly. And I think it's great to keep up with the representatives and the senators as we move forward in the various bills that are affecting us. I also think it's with all the change going on in DC, it's really important we keep up on, for example, what's happening, who's who in the Department of Agriculture, who's who in the Department of Interior, and some of the other agencies that we've had in the past very close collaboration and working relationships with. We need to know who these people are. I know it's somewhat of musical chairs, but we do need to know who's there and who we can reach out to. And then I think we have a big responsibility here in Coconino County, as we talk about all the time, as one of the largest ponderosa pine forests in the world, that we keep them informed on our needs here, especially for forest restoration and the importance for emergency response, especially maintaining FEMA, making some important changes with FEMA. So thanks.
Those are really good points. And we have extended the invitation to the Secretary of Agriculture to come out here. So the Ag Department is one area where they have staffed up pretty well. Some of the other departments, I think, are still pending some, but they have put people in that department. So we've reached out to them. Sure, absolutely. Yep.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. First off, appreciate the report and the updates, because it's important that we have the pulse on what's going on with the federal government and also the state government. And so my question is more on the state level. I know I believe it was on Friday, we received an email about an access report and how cuts to Medicaid could potentially impact our state. And and I know you don't have the answers right now because I'm kind of just throwing this out here, but I would like to know and have an analysis of how that impacts Coconino County, because we do have access to users here in Coconino County, and oftentimes access are the most vulnerable in our community. And if they don't have access, what happens to our communities? And so I just wanted to highlight that and show that I scanned the report. I didn't understand it completely, but from what I saw, it looks like there could be some significant impacts. And so if you could just talk a little bit about that, even if we don't have specific numbers. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's definitely something we'll research and look at, because my guess is that this county is probably disproportionately impacted compared to some. I mean, certainly there's impacts all over the state, but we are a high service population here for some of that. I don't know if anybody else has any comments on that. I haven't had a chance to look at the report yet, but we'll review that this week.
And thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. I don't have details yet either. I know that certainly that is a topic that in particular HHS is looking at and getting some other numbers as well. So as we get that information, we will be sure to provide that to Keith and to all of you.
Supervisor Fowler?
Thank you. And there was another report that came out, and Kim, you had sent it out from the health department as well. I think that those are really important information that how we are now we have to make decisions. These are services that directly impact our residents. And Kim, what was that report from the health department?
Yes, Supervisor Fowler, thank you. What I had forwarded you was some information that our Director of Health and Human Services, Michelle Axland, had put together at the request of the Arizona Department of Health, specifically to provide information, one, to the department, and then ultimately to our Attorney General's office, because they, and I don't know if they have yet entered into any kind of a lawsuit, but we're looking at that and we're gathering the information as to the impacts. And so that did specify some of the specific impacts to the communities, as well as some of the impacts, obviously, to employees who provide those services, but really highlighting what the impacts to the communities were. And so that's what had been forwarded. And as more information comes in, we'll continue to get that out to all of you as well, and as that progresses.
Thank you. We're in our budget season, and that's where these impacts we need to know as we move along. And Keith, thank you for your updates and always, and your team always keeping an eye on the state as well as the national. We have been on also through our various committees, but I wanted to ask where the SB 157 or what is it, 1571? Yeah, that's the NGS study bill. I'm wondering where that's at, because that's going to, when that study is done, it will help us as a county to be able to decide how to work in that area and what the impact of the NGS and the Black Mesa mine, what the kind of economic impact, job impacts, the business impact, and then the workers. That's what that study is going to do.
Yeah, the last time I looked, I had not seen that it had been agendized for a House floor vote yet. I can't remember, but they may still have this week. But I know Karen was going to look at if they would consider that in their budget negotiations, the governor and the other people, because it did pass through the House pretty easily. It only had two opposed votes, but that's one of the bills, like many of them, that if there's a budget ask, they often put up the bill, but the actual budget ask ends up being negotiated between the governor and the leadership, because many times those don't get through appropriations as standalone bills, but get thrown into the budget. So what we could probably do is organize a strategy around contacting the members of the House just to say that that's a priority. You could probably send those individually, similar to the letters that you sent to the members of the Senate, and we can work on that as well this week. And I will check. We have a meeting with Karen Cruz tomorrow, so I'll check to see if she has any thoughts on that. But it is one that we, like some of the others, SB 1017, ones that we'd like to see continue moving, or at least get clear information if they're not going to.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Okay, thank you, Keith, for your presentation. Okay, we have next item on the agenda, which is possible action regarding the planning calendar. County Manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. County Manager will address that question in a second. I have a 12 o'clock meeting that I need to make, so I'm going to depart you during discussion and update. But I would tell you, I've got a court trial hearing this afternoon at 1:30. So my colleague Ethel Branch will be sitting with you for this afternoon's discussions. Thank you.
After the planning calendar, we're probably going to break and come back after lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Ring. Thank you, Chair Brigay, members of the board. Lindsay, our clerk of the board, Lindsay Daly, has pulled up our planning calendar, and I'm excited to go through this. It's needed and necessary given all of our spring schedules. So today's April 1st. It's been established. It is indeed April Fool's Day. But we have a full schedule this afternoon. We'll have a economic development update from John Saltonstall, our economic development director, engineering design and construction manual, drainage design criteria manual from Chad Ocker and Nate Reisner in Public Works, and then Fort Tat Hill Military Museum also this afternoon. April 4th is Friday. We have a 5:15 quorum posting for ceremony for Child Abuse Prevention Month. That is on the courthouse lawn. You may recall the board approved a resolution, or a proclamation rather, last week. And so it's been requested that somebody from our board read the proclamation. I believe Chair Begay is prepared to read the proclamation. So 5:15 on the courthouse lawn. Also posted for a quorum is an event on Saturday, the Roosevelt Kennedy Gala at 5 p.m. April 8th is next Tuesday. Some action items for that. I don't believe there are any community development public hearing items. Looks to be currently a fairly light agenda. I know Vice Chair Horseman, I believe, is remote as well for some of that meeting. Anything to add?
Just a note, Manager Bertelson, we did bump the exec session to the April 22nd. So what you have in your packet looks a little different because we made those changes just this morning. So we also tried to move some of the proclamations that we initially had on April 22nd up to the April 8th meeting. Since we do not have any public hearings or work sessions that day, this will allow more time to get through quite a bit of proclamations, since the April 22nd meeting will be a lot more heavier. We've tried to spread those proclamations out. Yeah.
And if I remember correctly, some of the resolutions that we're talking about between April 8th and April 22nd are resolutions on travel and moving forward. So a bit of a continuation of the discussion we had this morning and moving forward as a board and agreements on that. Do I have that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, Lindsay. Also, April 14th, that's a Monday, 3 p.m. joint City of Flagstaff, Coconino County meeting. Actually just emailed the city manager and staff on this as a proposed agenda, looking at Upper Rio and forest restoration projects. Jay Smith, our forest restoration director, is reaching out to Polo Trogi and Neil Chapman at the City of Flagstaff on that to talk about forest restoration. The city would like to do a capital road project update, which we found to be a very good presentation and very informative. With that, I've asked them to highlight the Spruce Avenue wash work. Now, this is, we talked about in our flood control, the Parkway sediment basins. The Spruce Avenue wash is the outflow of that and through the neighborhoods of Sunnyside, et cetera. And so definitely worth highlighting. That work is happening now. And then Elk's Foots Trail update if they're prepared to do so. So we'll see what we get back. We'll continue to work with City of Flagstaff management staff going forward. Any questions on that? I have 3 copies of see, Lindsay, how we use these, making sure all my notes align. April 17th, what do we have? Medium County Caucus with CSA, and a quorum is posted for that. And then at that evening, Teacher of the Year Award, I did just meet with Superintendent of Schools Cheryl Mango Pageant. She's excited for that event and is hoping the board can attend. It's a positive community event. April,
And the county has a table for that.
We do.
For 8. So,
We
and
do.
I know you have asked for us to please have either ourselves or our district directors let you know
Thank
so
you.
we know who's going to be there.
Thank you. I know the district director is working with Juanita Hernandez, so administrative staff on the second floor working together. And Cheryl said there are tickets available if anyone else is interested as well in meeting with her yesterday. Lindsay, are we on April 22nd? Okay. So several proclamations there. Some are for May, but this is really a meeting time that I think works for all of our schedules, just in working with your district directors. Also on that day is potential item for chair transition. It is that time per our schedule. Roundtable, planning, and so this is will be a fun meeting. I think Supervisor Ontiveros, you can appreciate this one, joint with our planning and zoning commissioners. So looking forward to that time together with our planning and zoning commission, and then an update on our Flagstaff regional plan and comprehensive plan with the commissioners in attendance. And then I believe Cynthia Nemeth just sent out some information on the Fort Tut Hill master plan. That is today, as we were meeting on April 22nd, a conversation on that. And then presentation from the library regarding the bookmobile. Kim and I met with the library district, was that last week? And they'd like to bring the bookmobile by so we can sort of check that. It brings back, good, I don't know. Brings back a lot of memories from when I grew up with a bookmobile. That was, so in a rural area. So have a lot of memories there. And we did not cause any mischief in the bookmobile. Actually, my friends, it was my friends that did. It was my friends, not me. But and then also on let me see here, executive session. So this is the executive session that Lindsay was referring to on a follow-up for the resolutions if needed. And then April 23rd, the United Way meeting and luncheon, a quorum posted for that. I'll also add on the 22nd, what we've been working with is the insurance issue with the fire districts, and Supervisor Ontiveros, you alluded to that. And we really want to get our arms around this with all of our fire districts and the impacts to our local communities, but also working with our state agencies, DIFI, Department of Insurance, and do I have that right, Keith? And the work that the committee meetings that they've been having, and an update there. Also an update with including Jay Smith, our forest restoration director, and any forest restoration work. So we really sort of just want to get our arms around all of it. And it's definitely a significant issue for our communities, with the insurance companies choosing not to insure some of our neighbors based on, it has been moved. I know. I just wanted to highlight that because I want you all to know that we're working to, we don't want that to get lost, and we're working to keep that on a future agenda. April 23rd, we have a quorum post, oh, sorry, I'm working off of an old one. Thank you. April 25th, the Pallet to Pallet event. That is a Friday evening. That's a pretty large fundraising event for Coconino Community College. That is at the community college. It's we have a table for that one, for that event as well. And then April 26th, the Viola Awards. Something to for the board to note is we, Coconino County, own facilities in the county, one of which is the Coconino Center for the Arts, where that activity is located. And so we definitely have that relationship with the Center for the Arts in that way. And we've historically supported the Viola Awards. And then jumping to May 2nd, regional plan retreat with the Flagstaff City Council and the board. This is an all-day event. I believe it's a Friday, Lindsay, is that correct? So that will be at the Public Works facility on West Route 66, the city of Flagstaff. It's a wonderful facility. And I believe there is an online option as well, but if we can be live, we should, if we're available. And then May 5th through the 16th, the all-day board budget meetings. Lindsay, do you mind jumping to this one? Because this is, thank you. So if we can read the fine print. So full schedule with departments, and this is really an opportunity for you and our department directors to interact, and our elected officials. You know, there are several, you, the board, have fiduciary responsibilities with Coconino County. As a board of supervisors, we have many elected officials, the sheriff's office, our county attorney's office, our recorder, our assessor, our treasurer, our superintendent of schools, our clerk of the court, and then all of our appointed department directors. So a lot of fine print here. One thing I wanted to highlight, Lindsay, can you scroll down just a bit? Friday, the 9th of May. I know I believe that's NAU graduation. I think, oh, has it been updated? So
that Friday, there will not be any budget meetings at all because of, I believe that's graduation.
Well, Kim, I just wanted, so we cannot have budget meetings if schedules don't allow us to. If they do allow, possibly we could have in the morning, but I know that there are a lot of conflicts with NAU graduation, Legislative Policy Committee at CSA. So sorry, Kim, I just want to sort of, if you want to think about that a bit. We currently have an ARPA discussion in the morning from 8:30 to noon, but giving schedules, we could not meet.
And just if I could add, Andy, that ARPA update is actually going to be before the budget meeting. So Siri is working on a time in the schedule. Hopefully we can fit it in. I know Siri was just sending an email this morning that we do that ARPA presentation prior to the budget meetings happening, if at all possible. And then if we do take away any meetings on Friday, what is really important for you all to note is that Friday the 16th, we're going to need the full day for your discussion to be able to get through everything that is currently lined up regarding budget decisions. So thanks, Andy. Sorry to interject.
So I think I heard from you that you do have some conflicts on May 9th, and so we can either meet in the morning or not.
I know I do. I have LPC.
Yeah.
Having said that, this is most important.
Yeah.
And so if you need to put that in the morning, I'm available in the morning, and I will just let CSA know that I'll be at LPC.
I'm available.
Supervisor Vasquez, I think it's NAU graduation, right? And there's
Yes, but that won't be till the afternoon. So in the morning, I could be.
Okay, so we'll work with that time and see if there's, possibly a wrap up from the week or possibly outside agency conversation. We'll look at that and see if what we can plug in that would be a benefit of our time on that Friday morning. We won't go in the afternoon given graduation schedules, et cetera. Okay. And then to Kim's point, the Friday, the wrap up on the 16th, let's block that day so to ensure that we're able to get through everything and deliberate. We're going to hear a lot over that 2-week period, and we'll put a lot of things in our parking lot, if you will, or our topics to discuss further as we go through the budgets. And that's probably, I definitely wanted to get to that budget conversation. Anything else, Clerk Daly, that we need to go through?
Manager Burleson, I will note, I'm working with Siri that she's reached out to the auditors to have the auditors come present to the board as required. So we're looking at either that May 27th or June 30th to fit that in there for them to present to the board on the audit findings.
Thank you, Clerk Daly. And that's worthy of note. You should have all gotten an email. You had a preemptive email from Siri. Positive news for Coconino County from an audit perspective. Deputy Musselman, did I miss anything? I'm sure I did, but
I think you hit all the important things.
Final budget approval, tentatively scheduled for June 24th. Truth and taxation as well, budget adoption, June 24th. So highlight that day. And the budget begins July 1 to June 30 for FY 2026. But it will be. It will be. I try to keep ourselves healthy and with chocolate. Our finance director, Sari Mullaney, Kim Musselman, and I, and Erica Philpott as well, and she'll be back later this week, have been meeting with departments. I will tell you, we have a very good leadership team and an elected official team here in Coconino County, and they will be very difficult discussions concerning, the ARPA funding won't be there, and how do we move forward with the courts, with our sheriff's office, mechanical services, some highlights, but we will manage through it. We will.
And since we have, if I may, Senator Gallegos, member from Northern Arizona, part of the reasons obviously is a reduction of the federal grants and just the loss of our partnership with the federal government. So, but we will persevere and we will overcome, won't we?
So I think at this point, I'm probably getting in the way of our lunch breaks, and it looks like on the agenda we're to reconvene at 1:15.
Okay, we'll go ahead and reconvene at 1:15. Thank you. Now 1:50. We are on item number 12, presentation and discussion regarding a spring 2025 update from Coconino County Economic Development. County Manager?
Good afternoon, Chair Begay, Supervisors. Andy has asked that I introduce John, and I have the pleasure of introducing John Salenstall. He is your Director for Economic Development. John's been in his role a little over a year now. And as he's been trying to navigate the lay of the land and his role, he's here today to kind of share with you the things that he's been working on and also to get some input and conversation with all of you as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to John. They're getting his presentation pulled up here. And he'll kick off our afternoon. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon, Chair Begay, Vice Chair Horseman, members of the board. I'm John Saltonstall, Economic Development Director with Coconino County. I joined the team about a year ago, as you heard. I was invited to provide some cohesion and some direction to the economic development efforts in Coconino County, and to bring some understanding as it relates to tourism as well. So with that, we'll get into the presentation. This is really the groundwork for how I'm going to present. We're going to start by going over the job description so everyone can see what you asked me to do. And then I'll get into sharing some perspectives that I was hearing from around the county as we got into the process. I'll get into what I call the process to a shared vision. You'll see this relates directly to the job description. And then I'll talk about what that shared vision is and what some of those pillars that are really the framework for economic development in Coconino County. I'll then get into some highlights and activities from this last year. I'll talk about some strategic relationships and ways I've been representing the county. And then we'll get into a brief discussion about some other things that we might be able to explore moving forward. So here's the entirety of the job description. I was told I should go ahead and read this just for the people online. So forgive me for reading everything on here. Responsible for developing strategic partnerships designed to create and maintain economic development and workforce opportunities within unique communities within the county in order to assist residents in achieving greater employment opportunities. The director is part of the county leadership team and reports to the county manager. The ideal candidate will be motivated by meaningful work, value collaborative relationships, and embrace this role to realize a shared vision for the county and its communities. So when I take a look at that, I've got a few things that really stick out. This develop strategic partnerships, economic development and workforce opportunities, assist residents, employment opportunities, and realize a shared vision. So along with the job description, as I got going in the position and got out and meeting people, I kept hearing things. People would ask questions. Sometimes I'd ask, but these are a few things that stood out. What does the county want for economic development? How does tourism fit in? And renewable energy is great, but what about all the jobs? So these all served as good questions and pretty informative for me, but how to reconcile those? Along with that, forestry isn't driven by a market need, but it seems to be something we focus on. The county is too big and too diverse to be addressed by a shared common vision. And residents here don't really want to live in any town USA. So this is all part of what I was meeting as I got into the role. And so I had to figure out how to reconcile it. So what I determined to do was get into action and into our documents. So I got to reading every single one of our plans, the comprehensive plan, all the area plans, our building resilient economies and coal communities plans, NACOG's SEDS, the Navajo Nation SEDS, any plan that was an articulated vision for areas of our county, I got into, got out and met people, bless you, and just kept that process going. And throughout that, I started to get some really big picture ideas of what was happening. And that was really part of building things up so I could boil them down to understand what we're doing. And so here, this is some of the big picture stuff that I wanted just to address. And frankly, I've heard a lot of this slide in a number of the meetings that have that you all have been part of leading for the last few weeks. Every person has a history. We all come from different backgrounds, and we all ultimately have a duty to make sense of whatever that history was, the good, the bad, and the stuff that we really don't like. And out of that, we then have a duty to figure our own selves out, to lead ourselves to being our best selves. Because when we do that, we can then find other people who are doing the same thing. And that's what ultimately makes community. And I know, again, this sounds big picture. I'm just talking about people here, but this is really at the root of community and who we are. So through that lens of people and starting to really understand and boil down what's in front of us, this first bullet point was very helpful for me, at least. Economic development implements a philosophy of enhancing, generating, and communicating value. So implements, it puts into action philosophy, an understanding of fundamental truths and relationships and value to regarding that something is held, the importance, the worth, the usefulness. So economic development puts into understanding the relationships of things that are important to our community. And the second, really, we are neighbors in a community of towns, nations, villages, cities, waters, peaks, and canyons, and miles of untouched beauty, which is matched only by the heavens above. Economic development is always going to look different throughout the region. And so as I take these ideas and boil things down, I have here a long list of things that, just some examples. It is certainly not comprehensive. I tried to be as inclusive as I possibly could about activities in Coconino County that are valuable to us and that ultimately bring value into the community by outside dollars. And I'm not going to read all of it, but I want to point out that we have man-made things, human activities, social constructs, if you will, and natural assets. So we start with advanced manufacturing, open spaces, biomedical research and development, wildlife corridors, et cetera. And these are all examples of economic development right now on the land. As I take all this, I see an opportunity to boil them down into 4 actionable categories. Got recreation and tourism, biomass and forestry, broadband and infrastructure, and workforce development, entrepreneurship, and business assistance. So in the next few slides, I'll touch on each one of these, talk about some of the entities involved throughout the community and how that leads to other opportunities for us. So this slide, in the fashion of the Parks and Forest Service, show activities that, just some of them that occur on the land. And I do want to start with a few numbers that I think will start to convey the scale of economic impacts of outdoor recreation and tourism. The Bureau of Economic Analysis Outdoor Recreation Roundtable indicates that outdoor recreation in the state of Arizona generates $14.1 billion annually. The Arizona Office of Tourism states that of the 40 million visitors to the state of Arizona, visitors in Coconino County spend $1.7 billion. As you know, we are the largest county in Arizona, second largest county in the state. And for dramatic effect, you can fit the entire county or country of Switzerland within the landmass. Recreation and tourism work together in a regional community and demonstrate great value of our assets from the perspective of visitors and residents alike. So here are some players in the outdoor rec tourism space. Our County Parks and Rec under Director Cynthia Nemeth and Assistant Director Liz Krug provide and manage a growing number of assets and opportunities to rejuvenate and recreate for residents and visitors alike. The Pepsi Amphitheater, as we heard from last week, parks, trails, and other are really havens for outdoor enthusiasts of all varieties. And the Dark Skies also contribute to this unique collection of attractions in the region that bring people from around the world. The trails and trail systems actually showcase collaborations between Parks and Rec, Public Works, who we have represented here today as well, community development. And these offices are often working together to find new ways to connect for multimodal transportation opportunities and for recreational trail facilities as well. We've got facilities and projects underway between Kane County, Utah and Coconino County by the BLM. Let's see. The next bullet point about Arizona Game and Fish, I'm going to lead this with one of those Jeopardy style questions where even if you don't know anything about the question, you'll be able to get the answer right. Which non-oceanside state out of all the states in the United States has the greatest biodiversity? Arizona. Arizona Game and Fish indicates that there are over 800 species of wildlife that are managed, making it one of the most biologically diverse states in the union. In 2022, total fishing expenditures in Coconino County alone were $70 million, supporting 711 full-time jobs, generating $13 million in sales tax revenue. Some other numbers, the Grand Canyon in 2023, 4.7 million people visited, contributing $768 million to the economy, supporting 10,100 jobs with a cumulative impact of $1 billion. Glen Canyon National Recreation Area states in 2023, there were 5.2 million visitors that contributed $540 million to the region as well. These are just a few data points that show the impact of outdoor rec and tourism. Biomass and forestry. Traditional economic development takes advantage of emerging trends and markets and builds facilities and workforce to meet the needs of those growing trends. In our communities, especially we who live in the West, we live with fire, and managing the forests is a community imperative. But doing so is also a challenge to make that process and practice economically feasible. A recent Restoration Forest Products press release out of Belmont from January 24 indicated an investment of $95 million to help them advance their mission to aid in the restoration of the 2.4 million acres of Arizona's forests. Our forest restoration director, Jay Smith, submitted a grant this year for $500,000 through ASU Lightworks, providing only a fraction of that amount for the match to take a deep dive into the feasibility of private enterprise coming into the market to advance the management of the full forest profile. Additionally, Apache, Coconino, and Navajo counties, being in similar situations relative to energy and forests, have collaborated to demonstrate ways for industry to understand the Northern Arizona and forestry opportunity. We have biomass, people, and infrastructure all throughout Northern Arizona. And for those who don't know our communities, it's hard for them to figure out how to make that work for industry. So we've been able to collaborate through our GIS office here in Coconino County to develop an application that will be able to demonstrate that for any interested parties as well. So for us, we're managing the fuels, or mitigating the impacts. And just wanted to provide an opportunity to call out a few of the players that are in this space as well. So we do have the USDA, the Forest Service, R4, Econa, the Nature Conservancy, APS, a handful of and growing number of other independent operators. And I have NAU up here twice because I know we have a lot of NAU alum on the board. Broadband and infrastructure. We've got, I know many of you know, and many listening know about the BEAD infrastructure, the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment program, bringing in $993 million to the state of Arizona to deliver broadband to all Arizonans by 2030. Under our IT director, Matt Fowler, assistant IT director, Helen Costello, and Francine. They're heading up management efforts to bring broadband to the communities, working with public and private entities alike to ensure all the residents get connected. Under the director, Christopher Tressler and his team, Chad Ocker and Nate Reisner and others that you'll hear from later, Public Works is doing great work to navigate jurisdictions and to work with our tribal partners to keep roads open, clear, and safe. And these infrastructures are critical to more than just the economy, but this is a slide that I took right off Public Works website. So they clearly demonstrate that they understand the value of what they deliver in terms of roads and connectivity and how it contributes to the local economy. Workforce development. This is a list of, I certainly, again, I try to be inclusive with all these. I am sure I missed somebody, and it was not intentional, but this is a list of a number of entities that are in the workforce development space. It's a great group of folks that are addressing workforce development at a variety of the career, really cradle to career continuum. We have representatives who from the Wharton Foundation who are involved with United Way and some of Elevate Pre-K here today. And really, when we do take a look at workforce development, is that cradle to career continuum that we have to be mindful of. And it's really not like so many things, it's not a one size fits all, which is why we have so many players in the space. Similarly, with entrepreneurship, we have a number of participants in this space and probably a growing number. We've got Change Labs out of Tuba City, Moonshot right here. Venture Studios is a new endeavor through the engineering college at NAU. In fact, I just was part of an event that occurred this Sunday where they take students and give them opportunities to pitch new business ideas. In any event, this is another area that we want to continue to focus upon. Business assistance. This is, again, just a list, and probably we could take most of the folks that we've had so far and have them all listed. But when it comes to the businesses, we have folks locally, we have folks at the state and nationally who are all going to be working with businesses to make sure that they can navigate the process from idea to site location to licensing and to being open for business. Here we've got a few, again, just examples of some economic development successes this year. We had the project, the $700 million investment for the Horseshoe Bend development was announced up on the Navajo Nation in Coconino County, just outside of Page, which is exciting. The city of Page also received a $5 million grant from the EDA. Let's see, this was for infrastructure improvements to support business growth and job creation in the region. Catalyst Space Technologies, the Flagstaff business here, announced new funding from Space Force to develop a mission to upgrade commercial satellites. We have Lowell Observatory with the Astronomy Discovery Center, which opened up. Joy Cone Company, the world's largest manufacturer of ice cream cones, is building an 85,000 square foot expansion in their facility here. Nestle Purina Pet Care continues to expand as well. And here's a list of some of the places that I've been representing Coconino County, building those strategic relationships. And we're talking about building strategic relationships, going back to the job description, to create workforce and employment opportunities. As you can see, it means traveling a lot to meet people where they are. And really, like, what does this get us? It gets us connected in really unique ways. While back at the NACO Legislative Conference, I had an opportunity to join my colleagues from Apache and Navajo counties and do a report out on the cohort for the Building Resilient Economies and Coal Communities. We talked a little bit about the effort to diversify the economies with the base hit model, just get on base with economic development successes. And while there, in conversation with County Manager Bertelson, someone from the EPA came up to say hello, because someone that met in some of the travels, and asked how our efforts for economic diversification were going in Coconino County. It doesn't seem like much right away, but it is about building those relationships through thick and thin, regardless of whether the economy is up or down. That makes it possible for us to contact them, know about programs when they're coming online, and it really positions us well to advance our efforts across the board. So here I'm going to get into some economic development opportunities. Natural resource plan. We had a chance to hear from Gregory Nelson in his new role back at the legislative conference as he kicked off the Public Lands Commission, I think that, or the Public Lands Center. And this was a topic that was presented that really got a lot of our attention. The natural resource plan is an opportunity to really put out a specific statement about the objectives for the land and understanding of what's going on under the surface and all the activities that go on above and how we might want to manage that. It certainly is going to mean advancing a lot of our public lands discussions, which I know are of great interest to many, and it's something that we're already doing, but this would be one way to really bolster those activities and help us work together to common efforts. An outdoor economic conference. When I got into this role, this is one of the first things that we were exploring, primarily up in District 5, how we could bolster the outdoor economy. But this might be something we want to consider countywide. Our partners to the north, Kane County, Utah, are very excited about this type of thing. It's certainly serves as opportunities to collaborate. We've seen examples of them throughout the states. It might be a good thing for us to, similar to the biomass and forestry, get in front of it or deal with the impacts. We already have so many people who come into the region. It could be a good way for us to explore managing that differently. I mentioned formalizing economic development partnerships. You know, we are all neighbors, and yet we have all sorts of jurisdictions between us that can sometimes help and sometimes hinder. Formalizing economic development partnerships might allow economic development from the county to really formalize opportunities with Navajo Nation or the Hopi tribe or Page or any of our other communities throughout our region. I mentioned rezoning parcels. I've had a few conversations with Jay Crystalman with our community development, just about where our commercial properties are and how the way that our current zoning meets our values or not. And I wanted to make sure that I mentioned this, that it could be an opportunity for a future discussion. Is our zoning showing us and being instructive about where development should occur close to infrastructure? Is it respectful, buffering our natural resources that are so important to us or not? Again, opportunity for future discussion. Camp Navajo. So much work has been done to make sure that that critical defense installation stays operable and viable and successful. We're at a spot now where development continues to encroach, and it might be time for us to get a working group together so we can work with the chain of command for Camp Navajo and local development interests. So we might be able to find ways to balance development and their needs as well. Finally, minimum wage. Wanted to mention this, the city of Flagstaff, as you all know, has a minimum wage the voters approved, which is at present 21% higher than the rest of Coconino County. I mention that because it does impact the spending power of anyone who lives and works outside of the city of Flagstaff. Ultimately, those dollars are going to be spent, they're going to go a shorter distance on account of that premium that's often part of that local economy with the city of Flagstaff. Not much on that other than to make sure that we understand it is a component that goes into understanding our economy. I didn't check my time, but that's where that brings me to this last slide, which is to really say what resonates and what would you say are your top 3 priorities? What do you think?
All right. Thank you, Chair Begay. Thank you for that presentation and took notes along the way here. I think you said on Sunday you attended something called area chambers. Was that right? No, that was wrong.
Venture Studios.
Venture Studios. Was that where you had new entrepreneurs pitching ideas?
Yes.
Okay. What ideas came out of there? What ideas were pitched that would work here?
There were 2 in particular. Well, there was one that was all about tourism using augmented reality. This NAU student put together, as an example, a visit to Meteor Crater, where that would allow for the visitor to actually, through this augmented reality piece, go into and observe and look around Meteor Crater, something that you can't do otherwise. It seemed like that type of idea would have great applicability to a number of assets throughout the region. There was another business idea that was related to mental health and making sure that people would have ways to, there were a piece of it that I didn't quite understand because it was really gamifying and making use of avatars, I think as they call them, to make sure that people had access to all variety of mental health resources. Those were 2 that stood out.
Okay, so going to the first one that you mentioned, how would someone participate in that?
In that particular, with the program or with the business?
Well, how would that work, practically speaking? You have somebody put on some, what do you call them, like eyes, and then they participate. Where would that be at? Like at Meteor Crater?
So I think this is part of actually what that student's going to be working through with the Venture Studios. So I'd hate to get too far ahead of this student's experience, but I think that those were some of the conversations that the judges, and we've got the president CEO of Econa, who was one of the judges who could potentially answer some of that. But the idea was during this pitch event was really just to help students get along. It was what they called their startup weekend. So they started on Friday afternoon, and then they pitched their idea on Sunday afternoon. So it was quite accelerated. But I think that type of thing would be able to be used by management of any entity that might manage a number of different attractions like that. or the attraction itself might work with that business to create that augmented reality opportunity. And the way he showed it, it was just on his phone.
So would that translate into jobs?
That type of potentially, yes. And I think that's one of the things about entrepreneurship in general, right? It's one of those things that many point to as an element, a strong contributor to economic resilience in communities. You know, if you have more people going into business for themselves, that's going to support your community.
Thank you. That's all I've got on that.
Well, thank you for the questions.
Supervisor Horstman?
Yeah. Hi, John. Thanks for this. And I'm sorry, you and I haven't had a chance to really sit down here. And that's been my fault the last month. It's just been crazy, but we still need to. But since you asked, I'm going to answer your question. What are my top 3 priorities? One is economic development through building partnership. And I'd like to see Coconino County showing both innovation and leadership. And you did a great job of naming so many organizations and organizations and companies, et cetera, whether it be one which wasn't mentioned, but I hope you will look at is Marketed Dreams, Akona, and I see we have Gail here with us, FDBA, the Moonshop, NASET, the Dark Sky Coalition, Forest Industries, and R4, NIU, and especially the Business College. They've done such great research on economic development studies here. CCC, there's just so many. And I'd really like to see Coconino County becoming more involved in really developing leadership with these organizations and being actively involved. And I know that's a lot, by the way, but I just think it's essential that we play a part in this economic development through building partnerships. Can't do it on our own. We know that. And then the second thing is tourism. And I'm a very big supporter, as I know many people here are as well, with our parks and recs. I just think our parks and recs, especially for Tut Hill and what we have there in terms of the Pepsi Amphitheater, man, I just think that can be really marketed. But we have so many things that we can here in Coconino County market. I take a look at Discover Flagstaff, and I know we've been active participants with Discover Flagstaff. I've worked closely with them with their winter snow play and it's snowing out, by the way, which is very exciting. And, getting the winter snow play maps together and really marketing, who we are, what we have to offer. And I'm going to tell you, half of what Discover Flagstaff markets is Coconino County. And so there's really a question, by the way, I love Discover Flagstaff. I don't mean any, but on the other hand, why aren't we doing something like that? I think that we can also be involved in really promoting the vastness and the richness and the diversity of what Coconino County has to offer. And then, of course, part of that tourism is that many of us are very big proponents of our public lands and working very strongly with Grand Canyon National Park, for example, our Forest Service and the BIA to really promote the tourism. I mean, it's amazing, but they all have outdoor recreational opportunities that aren't even being looked at, let alone tapped into. And it's something I think we can, again, show our innovation and our leadership with them. And then as I probably should have mentioned this up above for economic development and partnership, is the importance of really working together for forest industries. It helps our forest restoration program as well. And then third, I think it's important for us to be part of the discussion and hopefully, again, taking that leadership on trying to address the great challenges we have here as a mountain town and a small mountain town here, especially with affordable housing. I know we have worked with the city of Flagstaff. We need to work with the city of Williams, and we need to reach out and see what we can do and at least be part of the discussion. And I know we've been doing that through the Alliance. And I hope that you can get more involved in the Alliance, quite frankly. I know that Acona has been working on that as well. And I think those are really important challenges that we have to really maximize what we have in terms of economic development and a future economy for us here in Coconino County. So those would be my top 3 priorities, and just kind of outlining some of what I see would be really wonderful for Coconino County to be involved in. And I know it's a lot, especially for one person, but we're all there with you. Many of us are already working on this and part of this. And, I think together we could do, really some very interesting things here in Coconino County. And I appreciate your enthusiasm and you're asking the questions and reaching out for our input. I think that's appropriate, and I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. It's nice to see all the different economic development opportunities that are happening in our county, and nice to know that we're starting to that some of these projects that have been around for a while are starting to come to fruition, and so that's nice to see. So just to answer your questions, what resonated with me, one was the partnership opportunities, and just how many opportunities are actually out there, and how we just need to follow through with them and help fortify and develop our economic development efforts. 2 are and this is kind of along the same lines, is the diverse economic development opportunities. And I think that, again, is the more we can diversify, the more those economic development opportunities will be more sustainable, because if we lose one, it won't completely hurt our whole economy. And so the more diversification we can have, the better. And then that kind of leads into what my top 3 priorities are. I already mentioned it, but I'll mention it again, in partnerships, in particular with public lands and tourism and forest restoration. But really, with partnerships, when I think about it, I think is so important are those public-private partnerships. The Pepsi Amphitheater is a great example of that. The bike park at Fort Hill, another great example of that, and looking where are those opportunities that we as a county can help partner and help foster some of those economic development opportunities. The next area or priority would be small business micro entrepreneurship, working with the Market of Dreams, working with NACET, Moonshot, these different organizations, Icona, as ways of supporting these small businesses and ways to help augment and grow these small business opportunities. And then third would be really, we need to find a way to, and this is kind of off the side of economic development, but directly relates to it. And that's really, we need to figure out how to deal with our housing costs. We talked earlier about fair housing, and also the high cost of living in Flagstaff in particular, but including in our county. And this is so important, because as we're trying to attract businesses to our county, this high cost of living and this unaffordability of housing is impacting which businesses choose to come to our county and choose to do business here and bring their employees, or employers that are here having a hard time recruiting folks because they can't find a place to live. And so, I just wanted to highlight that and just say that those would be my 3 priorities based on your presentation today. Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler, are you on the line?
Madam Chair, yes, thank you. Thank you, John. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, all right, just double checking. Thank you, John, for your presentation. This department has been evolving. We didn't have an economic development director or department prior to the NGS and the coal mine shutdown. With that sudden shutdown that happened, it really impact our county, especially in the District 5. And from that, we really got involved nationwide with partnered with other county coal power plant and coal mine shutdowns. And so that has really been, and then partnered with Department of Energy as well, and other tribes that are facing the same economic boom that's happened with the just really from these scheduled shutdowns are already shut down. Really partnered with West Virginia and already communities that had already gone through that, and we've been through this transition since then. So now I see how it's evolving now. It's the whole county, and we've been moving in that direction. Really happy that you mentioned Camp Navajo. Supervisor Ryan really worked on this Camp Navajo and Belmont. That partnership could be brought back together, and really what you just mentioned, and the partnership that was established there. And then just the recreation area in that region, Rogers Lake, really county invested a lot into that, into the lands there to make it whole, and we piecemealed it, and we're able to develop that as a natural area with, so we've been working with the ranchers there. And then the forest and the forest restoration is so important. And that, with the fire, flood, and then mitigation, that has really brought the county's focus into sometimes almost just into that, just the mitigation. Now we're in a transition where we're really looking at forest restoration, and that's taken years, for Fry and trying to bring the partners together and have establishing an understanding of what biodiversity means. Where do we take this? Is there a company that can handle this? It's been evolving, and we're at a place where it's really that, I think that partnership has really come together, and we've done a lot of education at the state and the national level. And I believe with new members coming in, there's always a lot more education to be done. So I think that particular project of economic development, I think it's on its way. And then a pandemic happened, and things kind of really impact a lot of these projects. Some of them had to go back to had a step back or started all over again. With the NGS and the coal mine shutdown, we've been working with Navajo Nation, and on Navajo, there's been proposals for renewable energy, solar projects, and then just across our county too, rooftop solar. That's been interrupted again with the actions of the new administration, and we really need to really pick that up and advocate for that renewable energy, and it's such an important part of our economy, as is the broadband. Broadband, we've worked on it really close with Navajo Nation, with the state, and then even with Utah in trying to see how, the four states, Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona, partner with the tribes and counties in advocating to receive as much support as possible for broadband, and then the state, being able to identify where these these broadbands are going to be delivered and the contracting, and rural communities, how are they going to get broadband? That's been a huge challenge. And then working with Starlink, that has really that's brought a lot of opportunities into our county. So our county staff and departments working with partners have been just vast. And I've been really pleased and really happy that that's how we always operate, is within that partnership. Right now with the NGS shutdown, trying to see what the transition economy will be like and what is it that we're still working on. That transition is a lengthy one because there's interruptions that happen and like the pandemic, but we were able to do the trails out in the with Kane County, always partner with Kane County on trying to work with them. Always our neighbors, Mojave County is the same, and San Juan County, Utah. These are counties that are really important to working within our region to be able to form those partnerships to get projects done, as well as Navajo Nation. And so I'm really happy that is moving along as well. So when we think about economic development and just the dollars that our public lands brings in through the public lands that we have, Grand Canyon, Glen Canyon, BLM, and then these monuments like the Grand Canyon National Monuments, those are public lands for everyone. It's not just this Coconino County residents, it's not just for this area, but we have people that come through our region. With Zion National Park, the flow of people, where did they come from? Why did they come through here? Even tribes, people want to learn more about tribes. We have in our county, and you really don't see this elsewhere, we have the vendors that are along the roads, that they're creating economic mobility. This is what we're talking about, is economic mobility. How do we create a county and lay a foundation for the next generation? That's what we're looking at. How do we create jobs that will be able to be picked up and vastly improved by the next generation? That's what we're working on. And so that's what you're working on, and I really like where your focus is, your presentation. I know that you really had to come in and figure out where it's at, and I know this is just the beginning. So I'm really happy where your presentation and the partnerships that you've been seeking and have established. So housing is a great hindrance in our region. We're the 11th, the nationwide, we're the 11th on the, when it comes to risk of homeowners insurance and fire risk. So that is really, that's really creates a challenge. And then you have to at least make over $90,000 to be able to afford to buy a house in Flagstaff and in basically Coconino County. So how do we address that? How do we and then commuting to work? Community to work in Coconino County is over 50 miles. So those are challenges that we have. And And then the new proposed legislations that are being proposed to be able to access assistance from the federal government, you have to be able to work. So when people are living in these really challenged small communities in our county and the long distance driving, and if you don't have a vehicle, how are you going to get there? Transportation, the transit system, I think needs to be really addressed. And we had done that before the pandemic. We had Navajo, Hopi, the Flagstaff transit system page. We're all having meetings, and that got interrupted, and we really haven't picked it back up yet. That needs to be, I think, revisited again. And then broadband, I still believe that we can create a, this goes back to vocational education center or career center that we've been working on with workforce development and Navajo Nation workforce development on the NGS site with Zenny Homes. We're really looking at an economic development with the Navajo Nation, and we're really looking at doing a vocational education center, and that's where we might be able to provide having people that have broadband, educate them on how to use a computer, how to be able to find legitimate jobs, and then be able to create a business online as well. There's many opportunities that are here. Workforce development really has been the center of all economic development. That's really been trying to see where to place people for training, not just from our county, but the 3 counties. We've, prior to the pandemic again, we used to have these meetings with the state of Arizona and all the tribes and trying to see how do we establish where, and working with the Arizona, the Arizona Board of Regents, and trying to see how we can create better opportunities for people in education in Coconino County. We have about 92% that have high school degrees. However, we have less than 40% that have bachelor's and higher education. So how do we create a labor force where we attract businesses and be able to attract businesses to our region? That is a great challenge. When NGS and PIPA, the coal mines shut down, some of those jobs were high degrees, high paying jobs. How do we replace that in our demographics? And how do we really look at our demographics? And that's where the website that was created was really important in your office. So I agree that partnership is very important. And I think I just kind of ran through, instead of just doing 1, 2, 3, but I ran through many of the, a lot more than that. So I thank you, and really appreciate you working on our behalf and on the county's behalf. It's really, really important. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you so much for making my report for me. April Fools. Anyway, we do have Gail Jackson. She would like to make a comment on this topic here. She's with Econa.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, City County Managers. I just wanted to be here today to support John in his presentation and to express, which I know most of you know, the importance of investing in Coconino County's economic future. A strong economy doesn't happen by chance. I think we all know that. So it requires collaboration and commitment, a lot of things that we've talked about today. But one of the things that I don't want to lose sight of is that Coconino County is taking steps in this direction in trying to attract, retain, create jobs, and support economic growth. We see this with broadband expansion and with investment in some of our roads and the infrastructure needed. These investments are going to lay the foundation for the future. So public-private partnerships, we talked a lot about them and how important they are. One of the things I want some fun facts that I feel like we should talk about right now, because I know that our economy nationally, globally is going through a big shakeup right now. But small businesses, as you know, are the backbone of our regional economy. And I think it's really important for all of you to know that 93% of nearly the 5,000 businesses that are in Coconino County have 20 employees or less. 93%, that is a really large number. So when you talk about diversification, you might ask, what are the top industries by job in Coconino County? And this information is on Arizona Prospector. You might think it's tourism, but it's not. It's healthcare and social services. Over 9,000 jobs are in that particular sector, and over 574 businesses within that. Number 2 is retail with 5,700 jobs and over 632 businesses. And number 3 is accommodation and food services, which is 5,600 and nearly 500 establishments. So I just wanted to share that with you because economic development is not just about the numbers, as John mentioned earlier, it's about the people. And so together we're going to continue to create opportunities to strengthen our region and our economy. And I'm just really grateful that you're having this discussion today and know that we're here to support in any way that we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Supervisor Horstman?
I just appreciate you being here. Appreciate that, Acona has certainly taken leadership roles in really bringing a lot of these organizations together for the big discussions that need to be had and to help to create those partnerships. So appreciate what you do, Gail, and everybody at Acona.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Thank you so much. And Supervisor Fowler?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Gail. And those are really important. That's a really important information. Yes, small businesses are very important. Small business administration is there's a focus on that right now, and we really have to continue to advocate. Social service, healthcare, Medicaid, all of these services are really, it shows that social service is important in our county. When you really look at our comprehensive assessment or county, Coconino County Community Assessment, it does show that it really, that's where a lot of our funds have gone to with our partners. And it's really important that we stay focused on that. And then retail, I think a lot of these retail and food industry is because of our public lands, our visitors that are coming through here. And that's what attracts our visitors that travel through our region, and even traveling through and on to other states. But it is really important to keep that in mind, that a lot of our public lands is where these dollars are coming from. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. I want to say Supervisor Bertelson, County Manager.
I'm happy to be your County Manager, Andy Bertelson. And when we talk about partnerships, and I wrote down a few notes, and one of those notes is developing leadership in these partnerships. And I thought about, and we need to think about, what does that mean for us? How are we, Coconino County, you as a Board of Supervisors, we as a staff, and John as your economic development staff, developing leadership in those partnerships? Thank you to Gail Jackson, one of our major partners is ECONA, Economic Collaborative of Northern Arizona, who spoke today. I think about attraction, retention, and expansion. With Navajo Generating Facility, we were not able to retain that industry, right? We lost that industry. So as a result, we became involved in building resilient economies for coal impacted communities. And it was really interesting. And I dropped in on John at the National Association of Counties to hear the presentations from those from Kentucky and West Virginia and some of the areas that are hugely impacted by the actions of the coal impacts and the industry shifts. And then I think about Coconino County's opportunities and how with attraction, retention, and expansion, how we really have needed to adapt. And if you think about the presentation that we had last week, for example, the Pepsi Amphitheater and the opportunities that we provide, that we, Coconino County, are directly involved in providing our community, whether it's our visitors or those of us that live here and enjoy. I'm certainly going to enjoy some of the bands that will be going through there this summer, right? And also Flagstaff Extreme, the bike park, Coconino County Fair, all of the partnerships that we've been able to develop and how our parks, recreation, and open space is so impactful to that segment of the economy. And we're so blessed to have the open space and the protections that we have and how meaningful that is to us. And so when I think about developing leadership and then developing leadership, micro entrepreneurship, and that really spoke to the stat that Gail called out, 93% have 20 employees or less. I would say that's micro entrepreneurship on some level and how we build that and how we think about that. And then Supervisor Vasquez, you brought up housing. That is a significant community issue, and taking leadership in that segment of our economy is a difficult task to take on. So I just think about, and I challenge us, and I challenge John to think about what is our leadership role. And thanks, John, for laying it all out. But how do we position ourselves as a county in those partnerships? Those partnerships, Camp Navajo, you brought up Camp Navajo in Belmont. I know enough about Camp Navajo to know state of Arizona is involved, the Department of Defense, so many entities, National Weather Service is there, so many entities. How do we take on that leadership to coordinate all of those entities? Because there are a lot of entities involved and that's difficult because we all have different goals that we would like to accomplish as we position ourselves. So anyway, I appreciate the presentation. Let's think about how we can develop the leadership in that.
Okay, thank you, County Manager. And I think it's very important. I think we really need to look at our tourism opportunities out there, and we do have a lot of opportunities. We do have, and making sure that, we have a diverse economic development partnerships. I think that's very important too. And we can all pitch in here and there. And then also I was thinking maybe Econa's over here with a committee, everybody else has a committee. We might put a committee together representing each one of the partnerships and then get out there and then ask, who can be part of the committee. I think that way we can get somewhere. Now we all plan over here separately and then over here separately. We're not, really getting together. I think it's not, we need that stability and to ensuring that, we're part of a group and in all these plans. So this kind of goes all the way down to like where we really need to support because of the percentage that was just given to us is supporting our local small businesses. And I think that's very important. How do we work with that? And then I know some schools, they have dual tracks going within their school system. One's a vocational track, another one's just if they want to go to college, then they have another track. So I think we need to take that opportunity too, because a lot of people want to work, but they don't know what to do. I mean, that's one thing that if they're carpenters, we need carpenters. If we're going to build homes, just things like that, electricians. So I think the schools even have to be involved, at the high school level to see, what they can put forth, you know, with that, so that we can get that going. And affordable housing, yes, we do need affordable housing. I think that Flagstaff Housing Authority might be one area that we can look into, because they have HUD programs for very low income, medium income, and high income families. And so that, you know, whoever wants to apply may qualify for one of those areas. So I think that way it would be us or people at the committee would then identify a piece of land, force, things like that. And then maybe get that going in those areas, because just like Flagstaff Housing Authority, they have, I think, 3 sets of homes here, and they accommodate people with low income. So I think we kind of need to work at that too, because of the high cost of rental that's being done even with our students. Again, we need student housing, veteran housing, and we need workforce housing. So those are things that I just want to add on, and I do agree with a lot of what was already discussed by the board. And those are real things that we need to, and then we just have to find a plan where we're going to be preserving and also protecting our land, our water, whatever it may be, that animals that are out there, so things like that too. So that would be part of the committee's planning and stuff like that. So I just want to say thank you so much for bringing this forth, and certainly you have a big responsibility, and you're on the right track with all the information you're giving us. And now we summed it down to 3 priorities, and then go from there. And then you probably heard our recommendations, what we talked about. So you can run with that. So thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair,
Oh, go ahead.
John, I just want to make one more point that I forgot to point out. I think we need to recognize climate change. As we all know, we were in the Lake Powell, the water, the water level was so low because of just the lack of rain and snow up north. And then, the fire risk right now, we haven't had this level of snow and weather that we have, that we need. That we need to recognize those in our risk when we're planning. What are the risk factors? And that's one of the risk factors. And we just have to outright just acknowledge that and put that into our plans. What are the risk factors in our county? Pandemic was a risk factor, and that came, we didn't know that was going to be here. So, and impact everybody. Now we have another risk factor that's coming through, and we're in the uncertainty world again. So I think we need to just really think about our risk factors that are built. We just have to build them into these plans. And I know I'm sure you're already working on it, but I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John, for everything. Okay, next presentation is a presentation discussion regarding update to the engineering design and construction manual and drainage design criteria manual. And Public Works will go ahead and make this presentation. Chad? And the group.
Chair Begay and members of the Board of Supervisors, I'm Christopher Tressler, and I serve as the Director of Public Works. This presentation we're going to give today is an update to the Engineering Design and Construction Manual. This manual is a foundation of how we design and build safe, reliable, and resilient public infrastructure throughout Coconino County. It provides consistency and clarity for both county staff and for the development community. It represents what's important to us in the county, whether it's safety, sustainability, scenic preservation, low impact development, or long-term maintenance. It helps us ensure that every road, drainage feature, and subdivision improvement aligns with our values. As Coconino County grows and changes, so must our standards, and thus this update to this manual. It's a relatively minor change. We did a significant revision to the manual around 2018, 2019, if my memory serves right. But by having clear and updated standards, we ensure transparency in how development is reviewed and approved. We hold ourselves and our partners accountable for the quality and performance of the things that we build. I'm going to turn it over to our county engineer and our assistant county engineer to talk about the updates and the next steps in this process.
Good afternoon, Chair Begay and members of the board. My name's Chad Auker, and I'm the county engineer. And just wanted to update you on the process we've been working on related to our design manuals. There's two county-specific design manuals, and that's the Engineering Design and Construction Manual. I'll refer to that as the EDCM from this point forward. And then also the Drainage Design Criteria Manual, which I'll refer to as the DDCM moving forward. The four areas we're going to talk about in this work session, we'll go over the history of the EDCM and the DDCM, the proposed revisions, the significant ones. There's a lot of minor revisions, but we won't go over those, just the significant revisions. Talk about the outreach that's taken place so far to get to this point, and then the next steps. So the purpose of the EDCM, it establishes the minimum requirements for design and construction of private and public infrastructure. It provides a set of standards, specification, and recommendations associated with good engineering practice on sustainability, hazard mitigation, public health, safety, and welfare in Coconino County. It governs all projects within unincorporated county limits, and we try to be as clear and precise as we can so everybody understands what those requirements are and the expectations that are required. The last time the manuals were updated were in 2021 for the EDCM and 2020 for the DDCM. And since those revisions, we've been collecting comments from the industry and also tracking challenges and making notes for this current revision. And if you got copies of the DDCM and the EDCM, right on the second page, right underneath the cover is a list of revisions. That'll list all the revisions that were made to the document this year. Like we mentioned, most changes are minor, provide clarity. The main revisions we'll be talking about today is the definition section of each document, the standardized location and depths for utilities, changes to grading permit requirements for larger parcels, the DDCM modifications. There was a couple in there with the erosion control setback and no adverse impact statements. And then Nate will talk about the design and traffic study changes that we're proposing. So the first section, the first proposed revision is in section 1.6 of both documents. It's the definition section. Defines key terminology that needs to be understood in each document and explains the roles and responsibilities of different county representatives. There was not a definition section in the DDCM, so we added that and created a new section that defines specific drainage design, hydrology, and floodplain terminology that might be confusing or need a little more explanation. And then we updated some EDCM definitions. One thing we did with roles and responsibilities, an item that the flood control district brought up was that all the design decisions and approvals in these documents point towards the county engineer as making those decisions. The county engineer is referenced 190 times, I think, in the document, so it's pretty substantial. But since the last revision, the flood control district is its own entity, and they make their own decisions. They have their flood control district engineer and floodplain administrator that make the decision for the flood control projects. So we needed a way to separate the roles and responsibilities. So we looked at different ways, looked at changing each location, and that was going to be very cumbersome and confusing. So what we did was we added a note under the county engineer. And the note says, for matters under the jurisdiction of the Coconino County Flood Control District, including floodplain management and flood control district projects located outside the Coconino County road maintenance system, references to county engineer in this manual shall mean the flood control district chief engineer or the floodplain administrator as defined in the Coconino County floodplain regulations. So this will show the difference in authorization and will formalize flood control districts' ability to administer their own projects and responsibilities in the way they do now that Public Works and Flood Control District are two separate entities. Another thing we did was we added the definition for the community development engineering supervisor and showed his responsibility. That's currently John Carr and his staff. They do a phenomenal job of processing all the permits in the county. They process over 300 permits a month and coordinate with the different departments. It's phenomenal what they do, and they do a great job. So we wanted to, everyone that uses this document should know John. So we added his definition and roles and responsibilities into the definitions part. The next significant change is the utility locations. We modified section 4.4.1 to show the preferred location and the alternate locations. The current version of the EDCM shows the preferred location and the public utility easement, which great, if we had a public utility easement on every roadway, we would be set. And it shows the alternate location directly under the roadway. And that's problematic. We have a lot of utilities under our roadways now. As these systems age and deteriorate and need replaced, we end up cutting into our asphalt. Asphalt is very expensive. And anytime you cut into it, you negatively impact the integrity of that asphalt, and you create bumps. And we've all seen them. So in the future, we want to keep those utilities outside of the roadway prism. So we showed that in this new section and also in the figure 4-1. The alternate location is outside the roadway prism, still in our right-of-way, but outside of the roadway prism. We want the roadway to be the last resort, but utilities, we know sometimes they have to cross, they have to be in there, but for future investment into our infrastructure, let's try to keep them out as much as possible. A few other changes, the grading permit requirements, we actually are a little more lenient now on that. The current requirements are anytime someone moves more than 50 cubic yards of material, they need to get a grading permit. That makes sense on smaller parcels, but right now it's the same on a 6,000 square foot lot in Kachina as it is on a 10-acre parcel. It just doesn't make sense. We've had a lot of complaints on this. The larger the parcel, the less the impact of a certain quantity of material. So we looked at different county specifications, and we came up with leaving the 50 cubic yard requirement for less than 1 acre parcels, but over 1 acre parcel, it'll be 100 cubic yards of material moved to trigger a grading permit. Another change, we removed the lot split width right-of-way requirements. We had a discrepancy between the subdivision ordinance and our EDCM. We had a 50-foot requirement. The subdivision ordinance has a 30-foot requirement for the roadway for a lot split. So we're leaving the subdivision ordinance intact. They still need to design the roadway according to our EDCM requirements, but the width is according to the subdivision ordinance. And then one last thing, we added asphalt binder specifications. Those were just not added in the past. They were we were mute on that. And we get a lot of questions, so we just wanted to formalize what we require at different elevations of Coconino County. On the DDCM, there's two I wanted to talk about. First one is erosion hazard setback. We added section 3.3.10 to add this setback criteria. We haven't necessarily seen a problem in Coconino County with this, but a lot of other counties are starting to do this on water courses with high flows requiring a setback. And this is for the 100-year storm event. We don't have many places, I don't think, that have 5,000 cubic feet per second, but as more of the premier land gets developed, contractors are looking at some of the more challenging areas to develop. So we're trying to be proactive and think ahead and nip it in the bud to make sure we're not developing something that's going to have problems in the future. And then another item that was added was the no adverse impact, modified section 2.1 to utilize the no adverse impact language as recommended by the Association of State Floodplain Managers. And this is a common item that's required now by us, but it's not stated anywhere in the DDCM. So no adverse impact is an approach to stormwater management that ensures that new development or infrastructure projects do not increase flood risk or stormwater impacts on neighboring properties or communities. So it's one of the most important items we need to make sure we're tracking. No new development should impact any existing development, and all mitigations for stormwater and flooding potential needs to occur on that new development. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Nate to talk about the design and the traffic study requirements that we changed.
Thank you, Chad. Chair Begay, Board of Supervisors, thank you for having us here today. So I'm going to talk to you about some of the roadway design criteria and traffic impact analysis criteria that we changed. One of the biggest things that we changed is lessening the requirement for constructing a right turn lane. Right now, our right turn lane requirements are pretty strict, and if any like mom and pop type shop came in and wanted to build in a rural residential area or on a minor collector, more than likely they're going to warrant a right turn lane, which is in between $150,000 to $200,000 to construct it. And we looked at what is the real reason for turn lanes. It's for mainly for safety, right? For safety and then for traffic operations. And a rural residential location and a minor collector, you're really not seeing the safety impacts of and improvements a right turn lane would bring, or any type of turn lane would bring, because you just don't have the congestion. So as long as the development has sufficient sight distance and the speed limit is less than 30 miles per hour, we're saying on a minor collector or a local street, we're not going to require you to construct a right or left turn lane, even if it does meet warrants, just because that safety benefit really isn't there on the lower speeds, lower volume roads, as long as we do have that sight distance. If we don't have that sight distance, then that kind of changes the equation a little bit, because you want people to be able to see somebody slowing down to make a turn. And if we don't have that, then getting them into a separate auxiliary lane really does bring a benefit, a safety benefit. And we also are adding that a development needs to build their off-site traffic mitigation infrastructure, even if it's not on a county jurisdictional roadway. So if a traffic impact analysis shows that that they have a traffic mitigation that needs to be constructed on, say, a state or city roadway that is entering onto a county roadway, that county roadway is permitted to the county. There's an encroachment permit to the county by the state, either by ADOT or by the city, for us to have our access there. If we're permitting a development that is going to cause a a detriment to traffic operations that needs to be mitigated at that intersection, then that developer needs to build to mitigate their traffic issue that they're causing. So-
Can I ask a question on
Yeah.
that? So who has authority or jurisdiction on that? Is that county or ADOT?
So it's a shared intersection. So we have one leg of the intersection and then the
They
other
got the second
jurisdiction.
leg?
Yeah, so like a T intersection, right? At a T intersection, the county has one jurisdiction of that leg, and then the other jurisdiction has the other two legs of that intersection. So because the roadway is permitted to the county, most of I know our permits and I know ADOT's permits say this roadway is permitted to such and such agency or this type of purpose. And if we're increasing that, or if we're allowing the increase of that traffic, and the increase of volume of traffic on that road, and we're causing an impact to the intersection, we as a county need to make sure that that is being mitigated through our developer. So if, for instance, if a roadway has, say, is generating 20 vehicle trips in the peak hour, and a development comes in and now it's going to be generating, say, 200 vehicles in a peak hour, and now turn lanes are warranted, or signal is warranted, or a roundabout or something like that is warranted. Just because it's not all the county's intersection, it's the county's plus other jurisdictional intersections. They need to make sure that our intersection, which is our intersection and another jurisdiction intersection, is safe for everybody that's.
So do you
utilizing
follow
it.
the strictest of the two jurisdictions requirements?
So our requirements mirror City of Flagstaff and ADOT. Yep. It makes it easier. We made it we made it very similar to both City of Flagstaff and ADOT, and made sure we're not out in left field from those agencies. So it's very easy when a developer comes in and does their traffic impact analysis, is when they have to mitigate is triggered for the same for everybody.
Thank you. That explains a lot.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yep. Then also one thing that we've come into an issue with is if we have a multi-use facility, a pathway, a sidewalk, or something like that identified in one of our planning documents, or the city has it identified in their regional plan, it's hard for us to require that facility to be constructed. So we put that into our EDCM, that part of their mitigation is if a multimodal system is identified through their development area, they need to construct that multimodal facility as well. Yeah. So an example of that, out on Flag Ranch Road, there was a Project Otis, which is a distribution facility that's going in. The Flagstaff Regional Plan calls out for a Foots Trail going through the southern portion of their property, connecting to Flag Ranch Road. And we made the comment of, hey, you need to build this. So identified in the regional plan. The county adopts the regional plan as part of our comprehensive plan. And we fought over that for a while. And we're not getting the actual trail, but we're at least getting the easement for it. So that we at least got something there, but in the future, we'll be able to have more teeth in being able to require some of our planned developments, or our planned infrastructure, our planned multimodal use facilities, and our planned transportation infrastructure to actually be constructed through these developers and developments. Okay. Then in the traffic impact studies, this used to be called traffic impact analysis. And traffic impact analysis is a level of a traffic impact study. So what we did was we clarified what would be, what triggers traffic impact study, and to what level they have to do a traffic impact study, and is based off of the volume of traffic that their site is generating. So that wasn't extremely clear in the last version. We made it more clear in this version. Also, at the very beginning of a development, during the conditional use permitting phase of it, we didn't really hit traffic. So now we're requiring during, and it's part of community development. They require them to look at traffic, but we're calling it a trip generation statement. So this trip generation statement requires the developer to tell us exactly what they're proposing to develop, how much traffic they're generating, and then we're able to scope what their actual traffic impact analysis or traffic impact statement will be for their final grading. So when they actually have to do their full-blown study is when they come into grading and encroachment permits and building permits. So this will now say you do your traffic generation statement when you come into conditional use permit. Once you get your conditional use permit, now you know what the scope of your traffic impact and study is going to be. And then once you come into grading and building permits, you finalize up your actual traffic study to show what type of mitigations that you need.
Okay, so this has come up. People have asked this. So this is interesting that you're doing this, and I appreciate it. But just for clarification, what's the difference then between a trip generation statement and the TIS?
Yeah. So a trip generation statement, all the trip generation statement does, it says, this is what our development is. It's say for lack of better example, it's a distribution center. Our distribution center has so many square footage on it, and based off of trip generation codes, this is how much traffic is being generated. We're able to look at that and say, all right, we agree with you on how much traffic you're generating. Based off that, how much traffic you're generating, you need to complete a traffic impact statement or a traffic impact analysis when you come into your final design and grading permits. And here's what you need to look at on your study. You need to look at either your site driveway, or you need to look at your site driveway plus other areas outside of your site driveway based off of your volume of traffic.
And I'm sorry, just because I want to understand this,
Yeah.
I know this is going to come up. And so I guess my question is, I get the TIS and what they have to do for that. That's something we've seen and understand, or I understand a little bit better. How do you come up with a trip generation statement?
Yeah. Okay. So the ITE, Institute of Traffic Engineers, they put out a study they look at a bunch of different types of developments, distribution centers, fast food restaurants, RV parks, housing developments, multifamily housing developments, single family housing developments, all different types of developments. They've done studies of how square footage or how many bedrooms or how many houses are in this area. And they count the traffic coming in and out of there. And they say, all right, per house, there is, say, 2.4 trips in the peak hour that are being generated per house. Over a total day, it's 10 trips for the total day annual or average daily traffic, 10 trips being generated per house. So they do that for, there's 3 volumes of books that are about that thick. If you order the books, they now have it all online. Yeah, all have it all online now. So a lot easier to search, but that only started maybe 3 years ago. So before that, we'd have to order volumes of books that were that thick. So you know your development, you know either the square footage for gas stations, how many pumps that you have at your pump station, and then you look at the Institute of Traffic Engineers trip generation studies, and it gives you an average trip, peak hour trip, an average daily trip, and then it also has regression equations. So if your development is outside of the average of the studies that were done, you can look at the regression equation and see if the regression equation, the line of best fit, is the best for the traffic generation.
So let me make sure I get this. So it's from these books that have done a lot of the analysis based on the type of business it is, where it's located, how many stalls or whatever it might have. So it's really from a book, and it's a book evaluation.
Correct. Yep.
That answers it.
9 times out of 10 is that way. Some businesses come in, like In-N-Out Burger, for instance.
Yeah.
they generate way more traffic than what a general fast food restaurant generates. So they've actually gone and done their own trip generation analysis on their own developments. And so we accept that. So it's some type of traffic study that's either accepted or that has been performed for these businesses that they come in it, and that's how we generate the trip generation.
And just for clarification, it's we don't want surprises except for maybe on our birthdays or Christmas, right? And developers don't like surprises either. So we want it in the early stages of a proposed development or a development that's coming online, an agreement of this trip generation. And like Nate said, once we agree on what their trip generation is, it triggers what level of further traffic study analysis or a statement. A statement is less analysis. And these can be pretty significant costs. A statement means there's less engineering, there's less analysis, so there's less cost. The next level is significant, and potentially it looks at ADOT's intersections and our intersections and things. And so the developer knows early on what's going to be triggered, and so there's no surprises, or hopefully there's no surprises.
Yes, and Supervisor Horstman, you asked what the difference was between a traffic impact statement and traffic impact analysis. The traffic impact statement is a lot less trip generation for the development, and we typically have them look at just what their driveway is, where they're accessing, where is their main access to the county system, and what type of improvements are needed there. And then it's only for what we call their opening year. So whenever they're planning on opening, we look at current traffic conditions, we grow it to what the opening year is, and then add their traffic to it. A traffic impact analysis, usually we have them look at their existing driveway. We have them look at intersections outside of their access point. And then we also have them look at future or horizon years as well. And depending on the size of their development and phasings of their development, it could look out 5, 10, 15 years from their, what we call opening year. Yep. So then, so we talked about trip generation. So we add the trip generation to the very beginning of their permitting process to scope out their traffic, what their traffic study needs to be.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Supervisor Fowler.
Well, we're still on this, so thank you for the explanation. Then does this then determine on the site, on the community development site, then they determine how many parking lots are required with that business? Does that, I mean, just taking that further into the development site, is this what determines that?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm not quite sure where our parking standard comes from or anything like that from community development. That would be a great question for community development, but I would imagine that they do look at that trip generation and then determine how many parking spots are needed. I know City of Flagstaff, what they do is it's based off the development type. And I don't know if we do the same thing or not. I'm sorry, I'm not too familiar with how community development looks. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the board, in the perfect world, it all connects in terms of trip generations, et cetera. But for community development, site development, it's based on the type of use and square footage, et cetera. So depending on the type of commercial use, then parking spaces are determined based on that. So
Jay is on
Thank-
with his hand up.
Jay's on virtually. Okay.
Go ahead, Jay.
Good morning or good afternoon, supervisors. So there's several of us over here at Community Development that are on this meeting. So as far as parking lots, yeah, we use the same standards pretty much nationwide based on the type of development. And it tells you, this much square foot for retail, you need this many parking spaces, this many ADA spaces are required as a percentage. So it's pretty standard across the development industry. I hope that helps.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jay. Thank you for saving me, Jay and Andy.
I don't know if we saved it, Nate, but Madam Chair, members of the board, I really thank you for the questions because it's really important that you as a board understand these standards, because if a developer, for example, has questions or is not appreciative of the standards, they will call you. And then it's incumbent upon us to sort through that and answer those questions. And then you call Christopher. So thank you for really working to develop an understanding. I certainly have a history with our engineering standards, and I really appreciate you all continuing to refine them. And so thank you.
So the next thing we did is we looked at, we talked about the type of study that needs to be done is based off of how much traffic is being generated. Our old standard was based off of average daily traffic, and that's not really a industry standard. So we changed it to the industry standard of peak hour traffic instead. That's more industry standard. That's what ADOT uses, City of Flagstaff uses. Actually, I've never seen an agency use the average daily traffic before, because we do all of our decisions and designing based off of the peak hour traffic. So we moved it to an industry standard. That's one thing that we had a couple complaints about when we were doing developments with traffic engineers. Why are you guys looking at average daily traffic instead of peak hour traffic? This, I think, will be a very well-received improvement. This and also the turn lanes will be a well-received improvement from the development community, along with scoping at the very beginning of their project will be well-received. Then the other thing we did, it goes back to if their traffic impact analysis identifies that a developer needs to make improvements at an intersection that's both county and a non-jurisdictional road, but they need to make those. We said they need to they need to analyze the access of a county road that's permitted through another jurisdictional roadway if they're in the type of traffic study that requires it. So sometimes in the past, it's hard for us to require that because it was outside. People think it's outside the county's jurisdiction, but it's really not, because that roadway is permitted to the county that's tying into the other jurisdictional roadway. So we've made it in writing, so it's a little bit more clear and a little less ability to argue that, hey, county, you don't have any right for us to look at this intersection. Well, yeah, we do. It's our roadway that's intersecting it, and you need to make sure our roadways, our intersections are safe, even if it is tying into a different jurisdictional road.
Hidden Hollow Road.
Hidden Hollow Road, yes. Yep. Yep. That's all I have for the design and traffic study revisions, and I think Chaz is going to take it back on the outreach.
Well, good discussion for sure. And as you can see in these revisions, they're not all just creating more red tape. It's not increasing the requirements on everything. We really pride ourselves in taking a look and coming up with reasonable approaches. We relax the specifications sometimes where it makes sense. We don't want to create any undue hardship or more financial, burden on developers than what we need to provide a safe transportation system, a sustainable infrastructure. So just to tie this off with the outreach, before we started this, we solicited feedback from over 30 industry partners, including members of the local engineering community, contractors, developers, state and federal partners, and utility companies, to ask them, hey, what revisions would you like to see? What challenges are you having with this? We received those back. We hired a company, Intellis, which is an engineering consulting company out of Phoenix. They helped us with our previous revisions to the documents. Well-respected firm, Brian Wilcox and Bill Link worked with us to compile all of these comments, evaluate them. They work in a lot of different counties, so they were able to look at different county specifications, make sure we're in line with the industry. We put together, Civil Tech also helped. They do a lot of work with both the Flood Control District and Public Works, and Rick Schroeds was a big part of that as well. We put together a task force with those two companies, Public Works, Community Development, and the flood control district and evaluated all these. And what you see is a result of what we came up with, these revisions. So after this presentation and incorporating any comments you have, any suggestions moving forward, we're going to send these back out to the industry partners to have them take a look at the final draft. And then incorporate any further revisions, and then we'll be returning to the board as an action item for approval for these two documents. And then after it's approved by the board, there'll be a 30-day implementation period before we start enforcing the new changes to this document. I think Christopher had some last words.
Sure. Some of these changes can represent significant impacts, financial impacts to developments. And it's a little bit heartbreaking sometimes when we meet with developers and they come to the table and they're quite far into their development and they say, I wasn't aware of this requirement, or I didn't realize I was going to have to do that. So it's update to the manual helps relieve some of that stress, but we're always willing to keep the conversation going. And we want to find creative ways to accomplish our goals with public safety and responsible development, as well as the public. And Supervisor Horstman mentioned Hidden Hollow is a really good example of a development that's coming in and they impacting a road they may not have been aware of. Another one is a new term to me is called micro trenching. As broadband moves across the nation, and as we have the opportunity in Coconino County to bring broadband to a lot of areas, a desire is to cut our roads and put the actual infrastructure, the cable, right below our road, and that could adversely impact the pavement. And so we're working with community development and IT and the companies that are proposing potential contractors to evaluate what that looks like. We want to promote broadband and we want to promote some of these things and we want to understand the full impact that it has on our infrastructure. So we're attempting to be responsible, but also keep the conversation going. So that's our presentation for now. Is there any questions for us? Chair Begay.
Supervisor Ontiveros?
Thank you guys for this presentation. And I actually don't have any questions. I've just got 3 comments. I could not agree with you more on people don't like surprises. So I completely agree with just let's just be real upfront to prevent as much misunderstanding and miscommunication as we can. Totally support that. The other thing that I'm very supportive of is the outreach that you guys did to get industry feedback, because that's really important. And final thing was on the proposed EDCM revisions on lessening the requirements of constructing a turn lane. I also, and I agree that comes with conditions. It's not just across the board, but I really support that too, because a lot of times you guys were in here on the economic development conversation. And some of the things that impact economic development are the costs of the infrastructure building. So I think that this is going to be helpful, even in that regard, stretching beyond just the roadway. So that's my comments. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ontiveros. Supervisor.
Well, thank you for the updates. It's quite a big document, so I'm glad you were able to point out the exact areas and we didn't have to search it for ourselves, and look forward to seeing the final product. Thank you.
Supervisor Horstman?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you so much, and I echo the comments of my colleagues. This was a large undertaking, and I'm glad you looked to others as well to make sure everybody was on board and get their input. And you know, as we've learned the hard way many times, and many times these are living documents. You know, there are things you think you've thought of everything. And believe me, there's always somebody else out there that thinks of something else. So I know that as we move forward, this will continue to be a living document. And as we move forward, changes we made. But the changes that you were suggesting, I really like the definitional section. You get in a lot of trouble if people aren't talking the same language and meaning the same thing. So I really appreciate that. And as always, appreciate all what you do. And keeping us as a county moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Supervisor Fowler?
Thank you. And it is always good to do a lot of clarification, make sure everyone understands the same and how it impacts what they're planning. So thank you. Just appreciate the update and just the and then we have the manual here with us, and I've been going through it and trying to, but just having a summary like this is really important and very really good, and meeting with us individually to gain better understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Thank you for the presentation. And I see this as a streamlining process with the city, county, and ADOT. And if we are all singing the same tune, we'll get somewhere faster. So thank you so much for all the hard work that you're doing, and I appreciate the comments that my colleagues have made. And certainly, just citing where these revisions are is something that's nice to reread and then better understand, so thank you so much for doing the presentation. At this time, are you guys done? Okay, at this time, I'd like to have a 10-minute break.
Break, yes.
We are on the next item, presentation for Fort Tet Hill Military Museum nonprofit partner on the background programs, future plans for the museum at Fort Tet Hill County Park. And we have Director Liz Cruz here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. My name is Liz Krug, and I'm the Assistant Director of Coconino County Parks and Recreation. And today I'm here with James Denton, the President of the Fort Tet Hill Military Museum, and Eric Warbass, the Treasurer and Secretary of the museum. And they will be giving the presentation today to teach you all the wonderful things that's happening at the museum. So I'd like to bring James and Eric to the podium.
Good afternoon. On behalf of Jim Warbass, our Executive Director, and the grandson of General Tuthill, I'd like to say thank you for your time today. I'd also like to introduce Eric Warbass, who is our Secretary Treasurer and the great-grandson of General Tuthill. So we're here today to talk about the Fort Tet Hill Military Museum. One of the things we'd like to talk about is, let me just get this, there we go, is the Fort Tet Hill Military Museum and our mission and our vision. In a nutshell, our mission and our vision is to educate our visitors and to preserve and protect the artifacts which come into our museum, which talk about a very unique history right here in Flagstaff at the Fort Tet Hill Military Museum. And there are many people who don't understand what happened at Fort Tet Hill. Eric is going to talk about that here shortly and talk about how it came about. But one of the reasons why we're here is we want to express our deep gratitude to the Board of Supervisors. You have been a huge part of our success. You are a huge part of us in the past, in the present, and in the future. And without you, we wouldn't be here and where we're at today. So we wanted to say really thank you. We really appreciate your support, and we look forward to working together in the future. Now, today we're going to talk briefly about 7 areas that we think are very important to our museum. And you can see those there in your slide pack. So with that, we'll go ahead and start off with our military heritage. Now, people know Fort Tet Hill and Fort Tet Hill County Park as Fort Tet Hill, but at one time it was known as Camp Flagstaff. It was established in 1929 at a cost of $125,000. At the time that it was established, it was the most updated military training facility in the entire nation. Most National Guards in the United States used active duty installations, and Arizona did not have an active duty installation. So we all know the weather in Arizona, and it's very, very hot, right, in the summertime. So they selected the current footprint of what is now Fort Tet Hill County Park as the training ground for what will become the very famous 158th Infantry Regiment. Now, it was established in 1929. The 158th Infantry Regiment was the only unit here in Arizona at that time, and they trained there from 1930 to 1939. In 1940, September of 1940, they were mobilized in preparation for World War II, September 1940. So this September will be 85 years that the regiment, which made up of Arizonans throughout the entire state, left and went to prepare and then fight during World War II. They were gone for more than 5.5 years, okay, with no Skype, no internet, no cell phones. And we're here, our museum really honors them and their family members to include all veterans in what they've done for the military and for the state of Arizona. Now, they're called the Bushmasters, and you may recognize that name in and around Flagstaff. Okay, we have Bushmaster Park. We have the Bushmaster Highway, which goes from the south rim of the Grand Canyon to Cameron. We also, y'all probably know of Natural Grocers with the big dairy cow on the side of the building. Well, that was the original National Guard Armory that was built in 1920 for I Company of the 158th Infantry Regiment. Okay, so we have a huge tie within Arizona, especially tie right here to Flagstaff between the years of 1930 and 39, and then again when they returned in 47 and 48 before they went down to Fort Huachuca. Now, Major General Tuthill, little brief history, he came here in 1898 after graduating medical school at USC. He was a practicing physician. He was a corporal in the California National Guard, but he was given his commission and worked out east. Okay, he's considered to be the father of the National Guard because he basically not only did he help create the National Guard, but he helped train many of the officers and enlisted soldiers that would soon go on to fight in World War II. And he was also the Adjutant General of Arizona and a founding member of Arizona and part of the Arizona Constitutional Convention. Now, our museum is to a specific timeline, 1865 to present, and which covers all of the major engagements that Arizona was involved with beginning in 1865. Now I'm going to let Eric jump up here and talk about the establishment of the Fort Tuthill Military Museum.
Thank you again, everybody, for the opportunity to speak with you today. It is truly a pleasure for us. James mentioned that I'm the great-grandson of General Tuthill, and when he does that, I like to make it very clear to people that being the great-grandson of General Tuthill, and it's about $8 these days, will get you a cup of coffee at Starbucks. So there's not a whole lot in it for me other than continuing the military, the honoring the military history in Arizona, and this journey for us began. And by the way, we realize this is your last presentation today, so we'll try to keep it informative and not go too long. But certainly, if you have any questions, let us know. The journey on the slide, it says the museum was founded in 2005, and that is true. But it really began in about 1995. I was a student at NAU. My father, Jim Warbass, would come up here, and he would pass right past the county fairgrounds on his way to visit with me. And he lamented the fact that the county fairgrounds at the time of the buildings, the original buildings, which at that point were 60 years old and getting older, now they'll soon be 100 years old, were in disrepair. And in addition to that, a lot of the people in the community didn't really know anything about what the facility was used for originally. So he began the process of just really roping everybody he could into securing the resources that we needed to start a very, very small museum. And that included permission from the county to use one of the existing buildings. One of the original buildings that happened to be the 2nd Battalion latrine that we used for the museum, and we were happy to get it. And we started the museum in 2005, and I will tell you, James mentioned that the county was instrumental in that, the County Board of Supervisors, and that is absolutely the case. When we started this museum, it was really the County Board of Supervisors that enabled it in the first place, along, of course, with Fort Tuthill and the staff there. And Liz Archuleta, in particular, was very much involved in the founding of the museum. I started it along with my father and another individual. I was young at the time, so I sort of was very reluctant, but they were very, very persistent. And Jim was at the point where he was just retiring. So the formidable years of his retirement, his active years, he spent building out that museum, soliciting support from the county, from the fairgrounds, and from volunteers, vets, local contractors, you name it. In 2014, the County Parks and Recreation proposed to move us from the latrine to two of the buildings that we're in currently. And that was all part of the broader initiative to expand improve upon the quad in accordance with the master plan of the county and for the county fairgrounds. And that was done at considerable expense. Jim was able to raise, roughly $170,000 and the equivalent of really direct contributions for everything we needed to bring those buildings up to code to make them worthy as a museum. And then spent the next 3 years raising another roughly $70,000 to make really the museum look like what it is today, which is really a first-class museum. And we'll talk a little bit about that more briefly in just a minute. As you can see in the slides, the building on the left in the upper left corner, that's one of the old latrines, and that's where we started. And if you look on the walls, all of those displays are really, I mean, about as close to bubble gum and duct tape as you can get. Those are prints on like an old HP printer, stuck to some poster board, stuck to some foam, and taped to a wall. And there's a lot of two-dimensional displays. On the right, what you see, and what you'll see in particular if you visit the museum, and we hope you will, is much more 3D displays, much more interactive displays. And those are much more professional displays with descriptions that are printed on canvas and that look and feel and are like displays that you'd see in a first-class museum anywhere in the country. So I'm going to pass it back to James to take us through some more. But again, if you have any questions at the end, we look forward to answering them. Thank you.
Again, I just want to reiterate something that Erica talked about, which is the new building. I got involved with the museum in 2016 upon my retirement from the military, and I had the privilege of doing the demolition. I think it was in Building 1 and Building 2, and then I was gone for a while and came back and helped finish Building 2. And I might be a little bit biased, but for a small military museum, I think that here in Flagstaff, we have probably the finest small museum, not only in Arizona, but I would put it up against any small museum in America. Okay, that's how good it is. As I said, our exhibits cover 1865 to present day. In retro, currently, we'll talk about the unit is still around today. In 1967, when the regiment broke up, they became what is now the Arizona National Guard, and our museum encompasses all aspects of their lineage. So we're always expanding. Things are still happening around the world. The 1st Battalion, 158th Infantry Regiment, the Bushmasters, just recently got back this last August from their 3rd battalion deployment since 9/11. And one of our companies, Charlie Company from Prescott in Yavapai County, they alone were awarded 27 Purple Hearts on this last rotation. So the reason why I do this, and the reason it's a labor of love for me, it's a labor of love for everybody who goes in there, is to tell their story. We want people to know their story, not just their story, but their father's story, their grandfather's story, their great-grandfather's story, their mother's story, their grandmother's story, okay? So that's the reason why we do this. I just wanted to make that note. It's very important. I'm very passionate about it. I want to mention, we're always trying to expand. So this year, every year we try to do something a little bit new to kind of, when people do come in for the county fair and the Overland Expo, they see something different. This year, 2 highlighted exhibits that we're working on right now, which we're trying to raise money for to finish them up, is our Native American Code Talker exhibit, which will be in Building 2, and our Women in Combat exhibit. And when I say women in combat, that doesn't mean necessarily in direct ground combat, which it does. It's one of the things, but also it talks about women in the support all the way dating back to the Revolutionary War. Molly Pitcher, all the way to the nurses in Vietnam, to our combat medics and our military police officers who served over in Iraq and Afghanistan. So that's going to be our 2 exhibits this year. Our Native American Code Talker exhibit is going to be very important because not only is it going to be talking about, we all know of the Navajo Code Talkers, obviously, right? But there were many other Native American code talkers within Arizona, to include the Pimas, the Maricopas, the Hopis, the Apaches, were all part of World War II. And we're going to incorporate all of that to include right here in the 158th Infantry. So we're going to include all of those exhibits. Phase 1 is this year, which will be print media. And then next year, we're trying to gain some momentum, hopefully with this exhibit, to get to more visual and audio for next year in phase 2. And we're going to be very proud of that. Again, we have, in my opinion, and I've been to a lot of military museums that are privately funded that have spent a lot of money. Again, I'd put ours up against theirs dollar for dollar. Okay, we have a vast collection of military weapons that some other museums don't even have, and many of those came from right here in Flagstaff, from collectors that you wouldn't know were collectors that saw our museum and decided that they wanted to be a part of our museum. So that's where we're so blessed, okay, in that aspect. We have stuff from the Tuthill family. There's not a day that goes by that we're not open, that someone that doesn't come in there sees something that they didn't understand and they walk away learning something that they didn't know, right? Which I think is very, very important about our museum. Again, I am not a educated historian. I do not have a degree in museum studies, but I have a passion for history. I have a passion for telling history, and I have a passion for ensuring that not only my service, but every veteran service is remembered and talked about, so we can educate this new generation that's coming up, past and currently and in the future. Just some of the exhibits in Building 1 and Building 2. I want to highlight that Building 1 was designed by a local graphic designer, Christine Flanagan. When she designed Building 1, she spent a year of her own personal time, her own equipment, to design Building 1. And then when she got done, this is how blessed we are to have the people of Flagstaff involved, is that she then donated all of the equipment to the museum. So the young man in the bottom right-hand corner, Colton Stanley, who was an NAU intern for 2 years with us to design Building 2. So when you come to our museum, which I hope you do, I'd love to set up a tour with you, you'll see a complete contrast between Building 1 and Building 2. And Colton, who is a young man, helped us design Building 2. And he spent, again, 2 years of his internship at the museum. I don't think he ever went to graphic design class when he was working with the museum, and he brought his professors, and of course he got an A, and it actually helped him get his first job as a graphic designer. So one of our key missions, education, okay, and inspiring future generations. That's one of the things that we do. We offer private tours, we offer public tours. We reach out to the schools. We do everything we can to tell our story, to ensure that people come see our museum and learn about Flagstaff history, county history, and Arizona history. As a little side note, many people don't realize, and they come into Building 1, that the Arizona flag ties itself to the 158th Infantry Regiment. What would later become the Arizona flag was first flown by the unit when they went to a shooting match in Ohio in 1911, because in 1910 they were there and no one knew who they were because they weren't a state yet and they didn't have a flag. So they came back and they designed a flag, and there were 2 that were sewn. One was sewn by Nan Hayden, which is the wife of Senator Carl Hayden, and the other one was sewn right here in Flagstaff by a woman named May Hicks, whose mother and her owned a boarding house here in Flagstaff. Well, she was a seamstress, and her fiance was on the shooting team, and she designed a flag, and we have a photograph of her draped in that flag before they took it to the shooting matches in 1911. And her flag is the one that's hanging in the state capitol today. Okay. So one of the things that we've been doing is we're always about building relationships. We have to build relationships so we can be relevant and so we can stay open. Okay. So we're always reaching out to the Flagstaff Community Band, to Mother Road Brewery, to the Veterans Home, which just opened recently here in Arizona. Okay. We're going to be doing small exhibits for the Veterans Home. So it has more of a military feel, honoring all veterans within the Veterans Home. The Flagstaff Community Band and us have been partnering since I've been involved with the museum. We do a free 4th of July weekend concert at the Fort Tuthill, patriotic music. We invite everyone to come out, and then we talk about the fort, we talk about its history, and we just all celebrate on the 4th of July weekend for that weekend, okay? So the other things that we would probably do is we also have a living history group that comes up once a month, and they're all decked out in whoever they're portraying. Usually it's either the Bushmasters or the European theater, and the kids love it. We tie it to every event that's happening. And again, we're very interactive. We're very hands-on. We want you involved with us. That's the only way you can really learn. Not only can you see it or can you read it, but you can see it, you can touch it, you can smell it. That's what we want, okay, when we're talking about education. There's just some of the events that we have. We have uniforms that they can put on. Now, just as a side note, that M1 Garand is not functional, okay? And we always make sure that we get the parents' permissions if they want to be able to hold the rifle, okay? So, but they get to put on the entire uniform if they want to, and really feel what a soldier would have been wearing during World War II. We've also, just as a side note as well, and in 2019, we had the Smithsonian, we had the Patriot Nation tour here. So we had a month-long exhibit talking about Native Americans and how they contributed to our military service here in America, which was a huge hit. A vital asset to the community. We in last year, 2024, we saw approximately 5,200 visitors. Now, 2/3 of those came through the county fair, the Overland Expo, and other events that are happening within the county park system itself. So, you know, we're growing every year, and we see it being even bigger again this year. Now, I think 5,200 is probably that's probably a low number, because during the county fair, there's so many people coming in the museum. I don't think we can click fast enough, okay, for them coming in. We're noticing now a trend where we're becoming kind of a destination museum for visitors, not only passing through or visiting or vacationing in Flagstaff, but also coming up from the valley based on what they're seeing on our social media. We are ranked #1 of 100 things to do in Flagstaff, according to our visitors on TripAdvisor. That's not easy to do, okay, to be one of 100 things to do here in Flagstaff. And that's a direct result. Those are all 5-star. I would say 99.99% of those are 5-star reviews, because we completely interact with anyone who wants to interact and learn something and do a hands-on museum tour. You know, we're kind of known as, I spent a lot of time here in Flagstaff. There's a lot of people who don't know about us. We're kind of known as the best kept secret in Flagstaff. Not something we're proud of, okay? Something that we would like to change, okay? But there isn't a day that goes by that I was getting my hair cut last week, and you know, we started talking, and they're like, "Oh, I've never heard of the Fort Tuthill Military Museum." And I'm like, "Well, you should come out and see us." We're but we want everyone locally to come see our museum, because I guarantee you will not be disappointed if you come to it. So again, we're talking about building partnerships, the Overland, the county fair. I want to thank Fort Tuthill County Park. I want to thank Cynthia and Liz for their support. We have built such a great partnership, right? We understand, as a partner to the county park, we understand that we have to work together. And I think that we're constantly evolving and trying to figure out, they're always trying to help us figure out what is it that they can do to help support us. And that's one of the reasons why we're here, is to kind of continue that partnership and find out how we can help each other moving forward. Again, we've every year we're meeting new people. Discover Flagstaff. We're a very small group that runs the museum. You know, we lost a lot of our volunteers during COVID. Many of them left the state. Many of them left the area. So we're still constantly trying to battle that battle. So anytime we meet someone that can help us and we have the same core values, we want to do that. And Discover Flagstaff, Samantha Beard came to the museum, or came to the 4th of July concert, and she was sitting in the front, and I noticed, I go, wow, her and her guest are very involved in what's happening. They reached out to us and she said, we can help you through Discover Flagstaff. I don't know what I don't know. And then getting involved with them, it's already changed everything from the time that we met with all these groups that are helping us move forward and become a better museum. Mother Road last year, for Veterans Day, they produced a special beer just for us, the Bushmaster IPA. I'm not sure if any of you had it, okay, but we came to them and said, can we do something together for Veterans Day? And they go, we were just thinking about that. This is so perfect. And we came up with the Bushmaster IPA, and it went over very, very well. This year, we're already talking about another beer, a Mexican lager called Cuidado, which is our motto. Our history ties back to Native Americans and Mexican Americans. Over 40% of our unit prior to World War II was made up of Native Americans and Mexican Americans. So that's where our motto comes from Cuidado, the Spanish-American War as well. Okay, our current status and needs. You can read a lot of that. I think that for us, we don't know what we don't know. We just want to work with the county, the Board of Supervisors, for you to come out and see what we have. We have some issues. We have worked really hard on this museum, but we are struggling right now a little bit on the maintenance side. We had one HVAC system go out this winter. As a museum, we're required to keep a certain temperature in the museum, a certain humidity level in the museum. And just right in the middle of winter, boom, it went out. And we lost a compressor. So again, we're out constantly talking to people, trying to get donations. So any advice for us from anyone, we would gladly take that advice on how we can get that back up and running. Our systems run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to maintain the humidity levels and the temperature within the museum because of the artifacts in which we have. So we now have so many expensive artifacts that we need to upgrade our surveillance system and our alarm system. We're trying to move into the 21st century, but our alarm system is stuck back in the 20th century. Okay, so we need to again, we're constantly trying to raise money, to find sponsors, to collaborate with others to help us out. That's it. We're a very grassroots organization. That's the only way that we can really survive. We are operated entirely by volunteers. So again, us being here is huge for us because people are hopefully going to see this meeting, and maybe it would inspire them to be part of to be a volunteer or to get involved with the museum. As you know, grants have been cut. Times are tough. We count on a grant every year from the Arizona Historical Society. We did not get a grant this year in 2024-25. Every year it's been, of course, that's based on the state budget. So that kind of has been getting cut back. As good as they've been to us, we've been very blessed, but I think that it wouldn't surprise me if we don't get, although it's a small grant, every dollar means a lot to us. Every dollar goes right back into our museum, whether it be an exhibit, whether it be maintenance, whatever the case may be. So, we're constantly trying to do that. We want you guys to know that. Investing in the future of the museum. You know, we know what we have to do. We know that we are always constantly looking for volunteers. We're constantly looking for sponsors. We're constantly looking for donors. We're constantly reaching out and collaborating with the general public. You know, we always start right here in Flagstaff and Coconino County. And then if we need to, we go further out. Anyone who wants to work with us, like I said, we want to work with them as long as our core values are the same. And we kind of have the same goals in mind, and we can justify actually doing it. Again, we have this year, we are working with the science scavenger hunt. We'll be part of that this year. We just turned all of our stuff in for that. We're working with Pine Forest Elementary. They're coming out the 1st of May to do a tour with us, and so they can encapsulate kind of their entire school year on the history side. And we always are continuing to nurture these, but these things take money. They take time and money. And so I kind of see what one of my jobs is constantly going out and trying to make those connections so we can continue that relationship and build those projects and be able to reach out and to talk to the schools. It's not for a lack of effort. I'm a bulldog when it comes to trying to get support and trying to find a way in, especially into the schools, just so when they're talking about history, we can be a part of that. And again, I think when you feel something and you see something and it's three-dimensional, I think it ties everything together as opposed to just seeing it up on a PowerPoint presentation or seeing it on a piece of paper. So that's what we do. We want to strengthen our partnership for success. That's why we're here today. We want to let you know that we're totally invested, and we want you guys to know that and have a little bit of information about our museum and what we're about. Again, we completely appreciate the ongoing support. It meant a lot to us when this most recent lease was signed. That meant a lot to us because that means you believe in what we're doing and that we are a vital partner, not only to the county park system and to Fort Tuthill County Park, but to Coconino County and to Arizona as well. And that really means a lot for us. Again, just so you know, we're going to do everything we can, but there are some things that we can talk about. This is, our operating budget this year needs to be about $45,000 because we have about $10,000 in maintenance that we need to, at least $10,000 between the HVAC systems and our security systems. Right now, we're probably about $22,000 short of that goal. Okay, if everything goes the way that we're supposed to be doing. Now, how do we make money? Well, we're an all donations museum. That's our core function. We want people to see the museum. We don't want to charge an admission when it's already expensive. We don't want people to walk away, which we've had in the past, because there is an admission. Jim's goal was always for people to learn about the history of Fort Tuthill and the 158th Infantry and veterans across America, especially here in Arizona. So that's where we're always doing raffles. We're looking for donations. We try to get grants. We're looking at sponsorships. But this year, with some of the issues we've had, we do have a shortfall. And we want to be completely transparent about that. We want to be the best museum we can be. A lot of our volunteers come from the Phoenix metro area. So we try to, especially with gas at $3-4 a gallon, we try to give them a little bit of per diem to help offset some of that cost to come up here and spend the day or the weekend and volunteer at our museum. So that's one of the things that it's very important to us to keep those connections going Not everybody can afford to come up here on their own dime. So we try to help offset that cost a little bit, especially those that we know are going to be great partners with us. And if you have any questions about the financials or anything, we're more than welcome to answer any questions for you. Again, I just want to say it's a pleasure for me to be here. I'm so proud of the museum. I want to invite you again to please, if we can schedule a time for you to see it. It could be just 1 hour, but I know if you come out, you will see it the same way that we do. Okay. You'll see that it's an asset to Coconino County and to Flagstaff. So with that, any questions?
I'd like to make a comment. I was at the location about 2 years ago, and I did mention that, the possibility of coming to the board, to do a presentation, see what happens from there on. But you come to the right place. She's got all the community initiative funds. So it's all over the place. Anyway, April Fools. So anyway, I just want to say thank you. It was a real nice museum, and I've seen others. I think when I went there, you only had that one particular, you were starting down the second building. And so I went through that. It was kind of congested, but you use every little bit of space all the way around, in the building that you were shown here. So I think, adding other artifacts and stuff to the museum, Navajo talkers and other tribes, and what you're wanting to do with that, that means a lot. And it takes a lot for a person without funds to do things like that, and really hope for the best for the community and have them come over and see it themselves. And I enjoyed it when I was there, and I thought to myself, this is something that we and I came back and shared it with one of my staff members, and I did tell them that maybe they could come to the board with a presentation, see what could happen. That was about 2 years ago. But anyway, I'm glad that you're here.
I remember you.
Glad so you are here, and it's hard to ask for dollars. It's budget season, and budget cuts are there, budget constraints may be there, but we just have to be there, open, and try to help one another. You're saying dollar for dollar. That's what I saw. So I just want to say that. And I think Supervisor Horstman?
When I was out there, it was during the fair, and so it was pretty crowded. So I would love to go out there and have a tour. I think that'd be marvelous. And, obviously, it's so important to continue our connection to the past, also recognize our shared heritage. Certainly something like this brings a lot of community pride and really promotes community identity. So I'm so pleased that you're doing this. I know I have the Pioneer Historical Museum also in my district, and that's been closed since COVID.
Mm-hmm.
And so all of that history and artifacts and stories, have just been locked up. So I'm so pleased that that is not the case with the Military Museum, and really appreciate that. I mean, this is obviously a labor of love. It was a grassroots effort that got this going, and are keeping it alive and going. And by the way, congratulations. I actually went online and looked at your website and saw the TripAdvisors, one of the top TripAdvisors award that you have. So that's very cool. And hopefully that also will promote people to come and seek it out. And I think we're seeing more and more of that, especially with, the World War II museums. We're losing so many of the World War II vets. And also, if you were also getting involved with the code talkers and the various tribes that were involved in that part of World War II and helped to protect and create a victory. So I think that's marvelous that you're doing that, and really appreciate you all, and really appreciate the information. And we want a tour, so we would love that.
Love to have you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and sharing with us a little bit about how the efforts were to put in this museum and whatnot. It's just so important to maintain this history. You know, right now we're in a time where our history is being changed and removed from websites and whatnot. So to have the physical space, to have the physical items that happened, and to highlight all the diverse folks that contributed to Fort Tuthill, to the Bushmasters. I grew up on the east side, so we used to hang out at Bushmaster Park all the time, you know, and I remember reading that plaque and thinking about it. And then to see the pictures and to see the stories and hear the stories from folks locally that contributed to our victory in World War II, so important, you know. And so thank you for giving us the overall history. And I look forward to helping support this moving forward as we can.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Chair Begay. Well, I wish I had a $30,000 check I could write you and give you before you left here today, but I don't. But, and I wish I had a great idea for fundraising to help bring the funds in. I go there every year. I go to the fair every year. And I know you said you might be biased, that it's like one of the greatest museums. I'm going to have to agree with you. It is a really fabulous museum, and I've watched it grow over the years, and I will be there again this year. Like Vice Chair Horseman said, I would like a private tour because it is the fair when I go, and it is always packed out, but still really cool. And I was also going to share that I have taken my grandkids there. Well, I've actually taken my kids, and now I've got grandkids. And so generations have gone through that museum, and I really appreciate the history that you guys have put into there. So thank you for the great work. And I love Fort Tuthill, and I think it's got a lot of opportunity there for growth and expansion. So keep up the good work.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you for your time.
Supervisor Fowler, would you like to make a comment? We think.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. This museum is, we just had a presentation on economic development, so this is right in line with that. But in 1829 and 1856, it's just interesting where this infantry, its history in fighting the like Apache wars, and being able to turn that into a economic development today, in remembering history. I think it's really important to have that history, where our history came from, now that history is being attacked and trying to be erased with the Navajo Code Talkers just recently, and trying to make sure that history is recognized for what it is. And 1929, 1924, Native Americans became classified as a group that is the citizens of the United States. I think those histories are important, and the infantry probably fought right along with the Navajo Code Talkers when they were out in the Pacific. So I think those information and having that continued education is really important, and that's what you're providing. So thank you for that, and really appreciate you providing this presentation and updating us today. And yeah, we go there for our fair, and you involve the organization's involvement and helping out with the county fair every year is really appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Supervisor Horseman?
Yeah, I have a question also. My father served in World War II, and looking at some of the rifles that you have, one looks just like the one that hung in our family basement for my whole growing up. So, and by the way, they're very heavy. So when you have these kids holding, it's like, wow, those were heavy. Are you still collecting artifacts from World War II and some of the wars?
We are, and I'm glad you brought that up, because one of the things that I wanted to mention to you is that We have kind of become this repository. Many World War II veterans, their families, now we're getting it Korea and then Vietnam. The Vietnam era, they're now in their late 70s, early 80s, and we are consistently receiving artifacts to the museum. We have enough artifacts. We could open up a third building if all the stars were aligned and we had the money and we had the volunteers. We could easily fill another building with artifacts. And yes, so the long answer is, or short answer is yes, we are still collecting them because we want to make sure that we're preserving them. Many of the people that bring them to us is they're afraid they're going to be lost. So they bring those artifacts to us and then we take them and they'll never be lost because they'll always be with us. And we want to make sure that we tell that story. So.
Item as well. We are now the only National Guard focused museum in the state of Arizona. There was a National Guard focused museum down in Phoenix. It closed. Speaking of artifacts, they have lots of them, but we don't have capacity for more artifacts. So as James mentioned, we have lots of artifacts already that we could put to good use. And then there are more potentially that would be available, but there's just limitations right now in terms of the footprint. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation. There's a way, there's a will, or there's a will, there's a way, whichever way it is. But anyway, thank you for the presentation, and certainly, now it's out there, and hopefully, somebody heard us too. So we'll give the floor back to Liz. Did you want to make the closing comments?
Well, thank you very much. And thank you, James and Eric, for the presentation. And we'll follow up with reaching out and arranging a time to tour the museum. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that is the end of our agenda. We did not today discuss roundtable. If you'd like to finish the day with that, I apologize for suggesting that, Chair Begay. And thank you. There's also the item of, we went through the working calendar, which we really needed to do in terms of item number 10, updates from the county manager. Deputy Musselman did just send out an email to you on what Health and Human Services has put together for impacts to Health and Human Services. So we are getting some media requests for that. So
yes, we are.
I wanted to note that.
One other thing.
Supervisor Horstman?
I think also, and we were talking just a little bit about, and I know it's in flux, but it'd be great to have an update on the budget schedule, just so that we would have that. I know there's, it's 2 solid weeks and it's important. So I'm not complaining about that, but there are some things that we may need to kind of add into it. So if we had an idea of a schedule, that'd be helpful for us.
Okay, we'll continue to work on it. And thank you for the discussion today. And we are actually, we're meeting with Siri, I believe, Wednesday or Thursday or Friday. So we'll hammer it out and then get an update to you if that's okay with you.
That sounds good.
Thank you.
Yeah, sounds good.
We just had the original, I don't know. We just had one more item. Yeah. my decision. You're the chair. That's where you get paid. You guys know what I'm gonna say. We'll push it off to the next time. I gotta get ready for something. Motion made.
Kim did, yes.